Workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurance not available in all states or situations.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is Elgin 100 years ago, October 10th. Styling the proposed order of Health Commissioner Herman Bunderson of Chicago, under which only milk from tested herds would be admitted into Chicago, an ultimatum from upwards of 1,000 northern Illinois dairy farmers was prepared at their meeting in Elgin this afternoon to vote unanimously against the compulsory test of their herds. Farmers point out that they are being told to either have their herds tested or lose the Chicago market. They take the stand that submission to the order would also result in the loss of the market because they would literally be put out of business. If we submit to the test, it will mean financial ruin for a majority of the farmers, said Dan Gilly of Elgin, formerly one of the leaders in the Milk Producers Association. Let's play a waiting game, was the argument of Mr. W.H. Wilbur, Crystal Lake banker.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, scattered rain showers before 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 65. Temperatures falling to around 62. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. Currently, it is 64 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Before the weather gets too cold, it's time to finish up those outdoor jobs. That's why ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and to the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410. On WRMN, it's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 14. 10.
Hey, and hello everybody to another Dino's Night Out. Right here, it must be Friday, 2 to 4 o'clock each and every Friday, live in Studio 14. So I think I got a nice show, a little maybe, I don't know, maybe not as amped up, and we don't have any musical acts or anything in the studio today, but I do have a good partner that I always enjoy talking with, and that's my guy, Matt. Matt, how you doing today? What's going on?
I am doing good. Happy Friday. I'm having a good day today. How's everyone doing out there? Hopefully you're enjoying your afternoon 2 o'clock hour edition.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I say, it's going to, I figured today what we would do is recap what happened from America's First Responders Fest. Mm-hmm. We were going to do that last week, and then we had that great treat with Mr. Holbrook.
Yes.
And we talked about Bozo and a little bit about Wizzo, a little bit about magic, a little about the magic of those years. And those were some pretty magical years before your years.
Yeah.
But they were magical years. You still know who Bozo was, though, right?
Of course I do, yes.
I like to make sure, because we were going through songs earlier today.
I know.
And you were kind of like in the dust. I'm like, really, Matt? You never heard that song? So, yeah. No, that's great. We're going to have a wonderful show. We start out, of course, like I always do. We have to, we got the screen in a different spot on me. There we go. This show, Dino's Night Out, is always brought to you by Ron Onesti. Ron Onesti with the Arcada Theater, oshows.com. In fact, that was the other thing. He was going to be on the day of the Bozeum, and then we switched with him because of Columbus Day. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the second part of our show. We're going to talk a lot about what's going on Monday, Columbus Day, and what it represents. And Ron is the president of the Joint Civic Committee of Italian Americans. So they've got a lot of festivities. In fact, there's a flag raising at Daly Center today. They've got so many different events going on. They have a President's Ball on Sunday or Saturday. I don't know. There's so many different events. I can't even keep track of them. But I don't know that I'm going to make all of them. I'll make as many as I possibly can. And then we have the parade on Monday, which a lot of us have become parade marshals. And we'll have some, maybe some nice little video clips of what's going on over there.
Yep.
So, again, Arcada Theater, oshows.com, which is located 105 East Main Street in beautiful downtown St. Charles. Here's what they got going on there tonight. This is at the 8 o'clock show. And this is, now how would you say her name, Matt?
Orianthe?
That's what I said.
Orianthe.
I thought it was Orianthe. That's what I said. But I got 5 different ways of saying it, so we'll go with Orianthe. We'll go yours.
Orianthe Panagaris.
Yeah.
That's a nice roll off the tongue.
It flows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Assuming she's got to be some little Greek background there.
Yeah.
But anyhow, looks much like rock star as she does a supermodel. But it's her extraordinary guitar chops that makes all the heads turn. She began playing professionally when she was 13 years old before going on to perform and tour with folks like Carlos Santana, Steve Vai, Alice Cooper, Rich Sambora, and even Dave Stewart. So she's quite an act. I think you'll enjoy her 8 o'clock tonight over at the Arcada Theater. And then Saturday in the Arcada is Gino Vanelli. Again, before your time. Mm-hmm. You know, I know you've never heard of him. But he's a Canadian rock singer and songwriter who's best known for his singles, I Just Want to Stop and Living Inside Myself. Since his debut release of Crazy Life in 1973. 1973.
Wow.
You weren't thought of yet.
No.
Gino Vanelli has remained one of the most distinctive voices in contemporary music. So he really is, too. Gino Vanelli's got a nice sound. You know, all these stars, we're all getting older. And all the bands and all the stars and all these rock groups that we used to watch and see, we're like, wow, you know, mm-hmm. Hey, this guy and this one's that one. Aerosmith, look at Aerosmith. AC/DC's, all the, you know, the ones mine growing up. Scorpions, Supertramps, you know. Already the music I listened to was sort of fading out because I was a Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, that type of music. I like that lounge, easy listening stuff.
Yeah.
But I could also enjoy any other type of music.
I've seen your playlist. You've got some more modern songs on there, too.
I do have a lot of stuff on. What's your favorite place?
Oh, my goodness me. Well, I have, I don't know. I kind of go all around. I've been talking yesterday, I mentioned yesterday to Elliot on the Community Hour. I like an artist. She goes by the name Grimes. She does she used to date Elon Musk back in the day. She has a child with him. And she does a lot of kind of kind of electronic music that's
like house music type?
Yeah, kind of a little bit, but it's very techno. It's very techno music, and
I enjoy that.
It's got almost kind of an alternative feel to it. Some of her songs feel almost pop country in a way. She has a wide range of different ones that are all electronic, and she's got this very unique kind of soft voice that goes. You don't usually think of like a soft voice with electronic. Usually, kind of grungy maybe, but she has a little bit of a softer kind of voice that goes with it too. Very high pitched too. So,
is she?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess with that techno, that kind of has to be. Mm-hmm. That almost blends in better. Yep. My favorite, like slower, would be Sade.
Okay.
Oh my God, can she sing? And yeah. But anyhow, that's what we're going to be talking about. When we come back, we're going to talk about what happened at America's First Responders Fest, which was not that long ago. It was September the 20th. The skies opened up and kind of rained on us, but you know what they say, when they give you lemons, make lemonade. Yep. We did the best we could. We were able to take care of our charities, but we'll talk about all that in just a minute. So I think what we should do, what do you think, Matt? We're just going to take ourselves a quick break.
Sounds good. We'll come back and talk more about America's First Responders Fest, give those recognitions out there too, of course, and discuss on what it was.
All the people that helped us. So many people helped us accomplish this task. I mean, it wasn't just a one and done. I mean, it's our third year doing this one now. So I think it's going to get some good traction, and we're going to get ourselves better. A lot of things we've been trying to do at the station. I've had some pretty good-sized failures here, but I've had some good accomplishments. And I want to own up to the stuff that I am doing wrong. But, of course, let's just move forward and focus on the positive. So, folks, when we come back, we'll be talking about America's First Responders Fest. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Looking for expert care in orthopedic or spine surgery? Prime Healthcare St. Joseph Hospital in Elgin is proud to offer top programs to our region. With a robust line of treatment options, St. Joseph Hospital specializes in minimally invasive procedures along with an advanced imaging suite to assist with orthopedic and back surgeries. Recognized by U.S. News and World Report as a high performer across multiple surgery types and home to highly trained expert healthcare professionals, St. Joseph Hospital is here for your every surgical need.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This music here just kind of sums up how I'm feeling today. You know that? I'm a little mellow, a little agitated, but at the same time, I think we're going to get this all done. So again, welcome back to Dino's Night Out. We have a little bit different format, like I said. Today we're going to be talking about the America First Responders Fest and all the successes I think that we did have. Because we're going to make lemonade, right, Matt?
We sure are.
Okay. So, I guess the first thing we certainly have to do is thank the Village of Hampshire for allowing us to utilize their village streets as our venue. And we're right dead bang right on the corner, right? Right on Main Street. And, Mayor Reed, along with the city manager, Jay Hedges, and, there's a go-to in every village. And there you have Karen Stuhler. She couldn't be any more accommodating, making sure that all the T's were crossed, I's were dotted. Of course, the Public Works Department, everybody did their part to make sure things were blocked off and ready for us so that this could be a good festival that it was. And they just couldn't be any more accommodating. We even had Jeannie Mayer, who was from the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce, helping out. And they were putting, all kinds of advertisements, letting people know what we were doing, when we were doing it. But boy, we had a day set out that when they brought that big stage in, how about that, man?
Oh my gosh. I didn't expect, it blew my mind. Yeah. I was expecting it to be a little bit of a smaller stage. It was huge. And what's interesting too is the way they folded up and if I don't know if any of you folks out there were able to see if you were there a little earlier, but I mean, it comes in a regular large.
It's on a flatbed, tractor trailer.
And then it opens up and then it rises up. The stage folds outward and it is a full-sized, beautiful stage.
It's like a, what do you call it? Like a pop-out. Mobile home pop-out.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, let me see if I get one pulled up here. I don't know if I have one. Oh, here we are. Here's the stage. Yeah. Now you see that's on a 48, maybe about a 40-foot trailer. And it's got the back that becomes your roof for the front of us forward. And then behind us, you could see it. That's the piece that closes down. Because it looks just like a trailer when it's driving down the street. And what an operator, that driver, what a professional driver he was. He got it positioned in there perfectly. Never drove on the curb, never put any extra weight where it didn't belong. But it was really something. That trailer, we weren't supposed to get the size trailer we were. I had a 25-footer ordered. I figured that was plenty for what we had. But some of the bad luck that we had to this last minute, our supplier had canceled. So I was like, oh my God, what are we going to do now? So luckily, we were able to find ourselves, secure one, and we did so. And we got this big trailer, which was more than what we needed, but it was okay. I think it worked out just fine.
They're fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. Yes,
Yes.
B-A-N-D. And it's the key was to raise the money for our charities. And that's what this thing is always about. It's not about any one of us standing on the stage or us talking, and it's about raising the funds, for each and every one of the charities. And this year, even in the light of the doom and gloom of the weather, we were able to give $1,000 to Canines for Veterans, and they're a group that provides service animals, to first responders with PTSD, TBI, and MIST as well. And I thought that was really the right thing to do. Veterans first and foremost, when it comes to, our thing with the America First Responders, we always said, this is who we're going to support first. And then after that, of course, our police and fire. And what we did with that was we had the Illinois Peer Support Team. And we were also able to give them $1,000. Jack Barry was on stage, and he received the check and gave a little talk about what they do and what they represent. And that went very, very well. We also had that, back to canines, I should have said who it was that was there. We had Rick Ladone Gideon, and he is one of the spokespersons for Canines for Veterans. And he served in active military, and he has a support animal as well that he had on stage with us. So he was there. They received their check. Illinois Peer Support Team, we were able to give them theirs. And then everybody knows this guy, Mr. Christofferson, from True Patriots Care. True Patriots Care set up flags all the way down the street on the approach into the event. And he set it up all down the residential streets. And any spot where he could fit a flag in between, we had American flags there. So they were represented, and we also have their check. Mr. Christofferson wasn't able to be there, so we could present him with it. And actually, the time that we did have set for him, we would have been rained out anyhow, to be honest with you. And we had quite a few just platinum donors. We had silver donors. So here's who we had. I mean, we had people like Flood Brothers. They donated all of the hand wash stations, all of the portable restrooms. Vasily Law, supporter of our morning show. Onesti Entertainment, supporter of this particular show. Guthrie and Brady Attorneys, supporters of 90% of the different things you see behind the scenes, which they're located in Roselle. Attorney Mary Brady, the happy lawyer. Superior Diesel, right here in Elgin. They just do outstanding work on big vehicles or little. And then Gio Winkler, she also was one of our platinum donors. And then we had silver donors, which made up Newman's Corner Pub, Romanucci and Blandon attorneys. Got a lot of attorneys, if you noticed. All Around Auto Body, my good friend Brad from Schaumburg. The Village of Burlington, Mary Kay. I mean, the president couldn't be any more supportive. That whole group, Zambetti as well. Guy Zambetti from Gilbert's, Mike Reed, Mary Kay. They're a group that if one has something going on, they all have something going on, right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it really went very well. The Italian American Executives of Transportation, that's Vito D'Ambrosio. It's an organization, I'm telling you, that has been around, I think 45 years, if not longer. We had Ability Plumbing and Heating, Illinois Media School, and Canyon Aero Light with Tim and Joe, of who was not able to be even on the stage and perform. the performance fee we had lined up for them, they would not accept it. They wanted us to give it to the first responders. And, both Tim and Joe totally have done different events, for first responders. Joe is a fire marshal in Huntley as well. So, yeah. So that was kind of nice. We had some real good people behind there. And then our entertainment, our opener, who could open better than Rick Lindy and the Wild Ones? We've had Rick in here 2-3 different times doing some live performance. I mean, outstanding. He got the crowd going. It was just, I don't know how else to say it. We got a slow start. We had some problem with the sound man, but we got everything going. But even with the slow start, we had a great performance by Rick Lindy and the Wild Ones. Then next to go on, got their equipment all set up. You're talking 8-9 guys. The Mix Company Band. And Terrell was hung in there. They were doing sound checks. We got their first song up and ready to go, and they were doing more sound stuff. And as we were doing their sound checks, you could see the people gravitating to the stage, and I was looking up at the sky. It was getting darker by the moment. And then all of a sudden, whoosh.
It came in like, whew.
Oh, my God.
All at once.
It was a shame because, we're gonna do an event again where we could have the Mixed Company Band, and they really are sharp. Mm-hmm. They are really a good sound. They could play just about anything. And then, of course, Canyonero Light with Tim and Joe. They weren't able to be on because that rain just washed the whole program away. But it's not going to stop us. It's not going to defeat us. Even though we got the music, that means we're at the bottom of the hour already. I got so many pictures that I want to show everybody when we come back, but I just wanted to set the stage, let everybody know what took place, let everybody know how well it went, and that we were, because of the support of our sponsors and many other, our volunteers, we were able to support the people that we had earmarked to support this year. So, hey, you're listening to WRMN 1410. Me, Dean DeLaley, and Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
We'll be back in just a few short moments.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of 2 men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed, according to authorities. The incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
When disaster strikes, flood or fire, every second counts. At Emergency Construction Group, they specialize in immediate response and same-day service for any residential, commercial, or industrial emergency across the Chicagoland area. With over 30 years of experience, they've got the expertise, manpower, and equipment to handle any size loss fast. They follow strict IICRC guidelines to restore your property the right way, the first time. Their team values transparency, constant communication, and strong ethical standards because your peace of mind matters. Licensed, bonded, and insured, they're here for you 24/7, 365 days a year. Call 855-4ECG now. That's 855-432-4669. Or visit their website at emergencyconstructiongroup.com. And let Emergency Construction Group put your life back together one step at a time. That's Emergency Construction Group. Your satisfaction is their passion.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 64. Temperatures falling to around 62. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. Currently, it is 62 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Okay, maybe that's what we need. A little more upbeat music trying to get me going.
Me too.
I'm hoping that's what it is because you know what? I don't know, not as I can hear it in my own voice.
Yeah.
I'm struggling because I still have that problem. I'm not getting maybe the proper wind, the proper air. I don't know what it is. But look, I couldn't be any more happier the way that this event turned out. I couldn't be any more pleased with the volunteers that we had. I mean, this was a home run.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we hit it out of the park. Okay, I get it. We weren't able to have as many people there. We had, on their count, the village was giving me a count. At one point, we had like 1,500 people there.
Mm-hmm.
They were very pleased with the commerce that was received from everything. So, you know, I think that's pretty good.
I do too.
You know, I mean, I'm not trying to make the lemonade out of the lemons, but, you know, we accomplished our mission. Our mission was what? To get our sponsors, our charities, the monies that we had wanted to raise. I was looking to raise a little bit more, but that's okay. We still have a 50-50 raffle. How much are we holding right now?
Oh, my goodness. I have to go back and look because it's quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit for sure. Yeah.
Because we didn't sell all the raffles. So what we were going to do in lieu of not having stage presentations for certain people, we have that thing coming up around here. It's called Nightmare on State Street.
Chicago Street.
That is Chicago. Why do I keep saying State Street?
Because it's almost, it's near State Street. Oh, my God. All right. No, because that's Hampshire.
Nightmare, right. Nightmare, and I was calling that Main Street. Yeah. I don't get the streets right, but it doesn't matter. The point is you get the message. The message is we had a great time while it went on. Everything went well until it didn't. And it didn't go well because of the rain. But we raised funds. We raised awareness. We had a lot of work done with the websites. Go to our website. You'll see who we donated to. Go to the website. You should start seeing pictures. Bruce Shippier was there.
Yeah.
Along with Mr. Myers, Jeff Myers, the voice of Elgin. We had so many people helping us out. I just can't thank everybody. And we'll get to listen all the names in just a little while. But again, K9s for Veterans, Illinois Peers Support Team for both police and fire, and True Patriots Care. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you're given 4 groups, funds raised, that says a lot. Yep. And we still were in a hole, but we're going to figure a way to bail ourselves out.
Absolutely.
As long as we got our charities with the funds, I think that was one of the most important things.
Mm-hmm. Okay? Honoring those first responders, too.
Isn't that what it is?
Absolutely. So,
and we've been talking about what's a first responder. First responders, everybody, not only just your paid police, firefighters, our military first and foremost. Without them giving us our freedoms, where are we? Nowhere.
Exactly.
And then we have the, your public works department, your EMS, your doctors, your nurses, all of them. What happens when you're on an airplane? Hey, is there a nurse on board? Hey, is there a doctor? They're responding to that person's need. Mm-hmm. As us, if we have any basic first aid training or anything of that nature, that's your opportunity to get in there, do your part, help the person out. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you know what? A lot of times we don't realize how much goes in to being a first responder. I mean, I know mental capacity wise, I wouldn't be able to, I don't know if I could do it. I mean, there's so much that goes into it. You have to be strong mentally. You have to be strong physically. Everything too. And you know that your life is always going to be on the line. You know that you want to be out there to save others and to help the community to stay safe so that we can have the freedoms that we have. And we got to recognize them. We got to give them, paying tribute to them and honoring them and recognizing all the hard work that they do. And so that's why we have America's First Responders Fest, is because we want to share the love of the community and the honor that is deserved for those who put their lives on the line every day for us.
I like that. Well said. So, I mean, and that's just no more 10-4 over and out. That's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. It's showing that courtesy, that respect. And the way we elected to do it, it wasn't like everybody's in the big spotlight and and I'll out of this one and that one. We called it acknowledgments. Mm-hmm. And we had a nice medal that commemorated the day, logo on the front, and we presented the ones that we were able to, and I'm going to read those very shortly. But what makes up a festival is all the things that go around there. We had a lot of vendor booths that were there. We had informative booths, and we also had food vendor booths. We had a few kids' activities. We had a beautiful pie in the face contest, and that was with the Zambetti and Reed, Mayor Zambetti and Mayor Reed.
You know who was standing there the whole time? Mary Kay.
Yeah, Mary Kay.
The three of them all together.
I was shocked that they didn't get her with a pie.
I know.
I was kind of hoping on that for the photo.
We got all of them shirts, and we're like, hey, here's a clean shirt for you both, America's First Responders.
Yeah, nobody was biting. And then how about that car show?
Oh, that was great. Did you see the one? I'm horrible at knowing about cars, but there was the one that was like, I think it was purple and green. It had almost like a fire on the side, not real fire, but obviously like a painted fire on the side. It had that revved engine. It was flames was
a big deal back in the 50s.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but that was done by Gilbert Eagles Club, 1047. And man, oh man, they put that together for us. Lickety split. Mm-hmm. I mean, I told them what we were trying to do. I told them where it was at. They said we'd be happy to.
And you know what? From a I guess maybe like a mathematic side of things, the way it was laid out to where you walk down the car show and it leads right up to the stage. It was perfect.
The flags as you're driving into the place,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Christofferson and their work. So yeah, I think if we do it again in Hampshire, we got the perfect venue set up now.
Yep.
We know what to do if it's going to be there. I have gotten calls from other communities, however, saying that they'd like to have it, which was really our goal and our dream is to make America First Responders Fest kind of like a traveling event, for lack of a better word. And we want to be able to do it to where, all the communities get represented. Obviously, we'll hit the Fox River Valley first. But, this would be a good thing. It was really, really nice. I mean, maybe had we stayed in South Elgin with the coverage of the that cabana that they have over there, but you'd have got the side rain anyhow. And I don't even know if the rain came this far. I hear that in Elgin, they got no rain at all.
Yep.
But boy, oh boy, in Hampshire, we sure got dumped on. But I don't want to dwell on that. What I want to do now is I want to go to our screen, and you can see some of the pictures. This is us over there. Matt, you could describe that.
Yeah, so
that was setting up.
That's the setup. And the two gentlemen there, it's Michael Tuman, and I apologize, I can't remember the other gentleman's name, but he was on the show with him for I almost wanted to say Big Top Sports. No, that's not it. It's with Michael Tuman, so it's
Chief of the Guard.
Chief Guard of the Republic.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm starting to slip a little.
I
here.
thought you didn't. I thought he was on a different show, but he's always been on with Mike Tuman, Chief Guard of the Republic.
No, so he, usually it's Paul Burvid. Paul Burvid wasn't there. This is another guest that he had, but he was out there live from 12 until 1 o'clock. And then, of course, we started right at 1 o'clock there. But that was the setup over there. Of course, we've got that beautiful WRMN booth. We've got here the Fraternal Order of the Eagles. That is the Elgin Eagles located in Gilbert's. And I really liked seeing here, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it too, the trophies there with the America's First Responders Fest logo on.
Yeah, wasn't it nice that they put that on there?
That was really cool that they put that on there. I didn't know that. So when I saw that, when I went up to the booth, I was like, oh, fantastic.
So everybody in that car show, pretty much, and not just a participation trophy, they have it for which is the best paint, which is the oldest, which they even have ones that are called survivors, ones that's just like original. So, yeah. And then who's those guys? Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
That's our morning show host.
That's the top of the morning to you with your cup of coffee in hand, ready to get you started. That's Elliot, the L Train Serrano, and Susie C., Sue Castle, always getting you ready in the morning. And you can even see their morning show, just exuding character. And, I mean, they were lively as always.
They went everywhere. They made sure that they visited every booth. They saw every car. I think they got yelled at for sitting in one, but that's okay. That's what they do. They're like the rebels of the group, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And this guy here is a good friend of mine. His name is Adam Kania. He actually lives in South Elgin. This is an actual Humvee from the military, and he's got a .50 caliber on that roof.
Mm-hmm. When I saw that, I was like, "Oh, you don't mess with that."
Yeah, you don't want to. But he does have it set up where it shoots blanks. And when it operates, like fire shoots out of it, as if it's a real live weapon shooting. Wow. So I was like, man, I said, we better not be shooting that thing around. I said, I don't think people are going to take too well to that. But Adam was so kind to bring it out, representing our military, showing the people the insides, the outside. And it's a great thing. And he does do it. He'll bring that vehicle to different events that you have with Vietnam veterans. He's big on the veterans as well. And he lives right here in South Elgin. I have his information. So here's the Mike Tuman again and his partner.
That's Chief Guard of the Republic, and they were sitting right up in front there. And behind us, that's when we were selling some of those T-shirts. Yeah. Those were beautifully printed T-shirts, too. I think that that went very well. Also, so that display was nice with that big WRMN logo on there too, of course, with our 75 years, the beautiful blue paint on there to really stand out so that you...
That's our colors.
Exactly. You walk by there and you see it. So
now, who's this guy here? Jeff Myers, the voice of Elgin, I always say. He's the one that sort of showed me around, and George got me into this town years ago. Mm-hmm. So that's our dear George Rollinson. Earlier this morning, I mentioned about George. George has been going through some situation with cancer. It's gotten a little bit worse. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It's gotten a little worse, but he's a trooper, and he is, I cannot believe, already overcoming a lot of what most people wouldn't be able to.
And you know what? I got to say this too. He always has a smile on his face.
Never
Always.
a time that he doesn't. That's for sure.
Yep.
And only here's when he doesn't. That's David Tees and myself. And I just left George. George was telling me how I mispronounced something on the stage.
Oh.
George is always my proofwriter.
Yes.
And proofreader. No, George is the best. I love George, and we go years and years. Kane County brought the K-9 Hudson Memorial, which Hudson was the officer, K-9 officer that was shot in the line of duty.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a real nice thing. Mr. Russell was there.
Yep.
And it was a great presentation. I mean, you see these show, and these pictures are all by Bruce Shippier. What a photographer. This man could capture the moment to like, oh, I get it.
Yep. And when you see him taking pictures, he's got his brow scrunched up because you know that he's in focus on the subject.
Him and his wife are both great.
Yes, absolutely. She was so helpful.
Oh, every time you set something up,
yep.
I go to the left, and there she is helping me set something up.
Yeah.
She was absolutely great. And I think that's about a 51 or something.
That's cool.
I could be a 4. I don't know cars that well, to be able to tell you. And then what's this other little character over there? That was Wizzo.
Wizzo. Wait.
Yeah.
Doo-dee-doo-doo-doo. There you go.
You could do the high voice. I can't, even as we're talking, my voice is going on me. But we had Wizzo show up, and it was a great event. He met so many different kids. He did some, face-to-face, what do you call it? Magic, what do you call it? Street magic.
That's street magic. He made balloon animals, which was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
There were a couple times I was passing him, and I had my clipboard with me. I was making sure everything was lined up and things, and he would sometimes kind of put the balloon in my face to kind of joke with me a little.
So great sense of humor. Tom Holbrook putting together the Boseum. We had him on the air last week, and this is an Avante. I happen to know about this car. It's about a 60. That should be about a 63, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a real neat car. It's before its time. I think the vehicle is made of fiberglass as well. And we're on stage with, this is Rick Ladoni Gideon, along with his service animal.
Very nice.
And that beautiful temperament.
Yep.
Absolutely nice. Yeah, that was on stage. And then over here, who do we have here? We got this is when we did all the veterans. So I'm going to tell you who we were able to give awards to as far as our veterans are concerned. Rick Ladoni, Gideon, again, with the service animal. They were both received awards. Peter Wickman with the U.S. Army. Ron Willer, U.S. Army. Richard Surma, United States Air Force. Bill Pellegrinos, United States Navy. And our own very own Dennis Sonar Green, United States Navy, and Bruce Shippier, who didn't want to be mentioned and didn't want any acknowledgement because, again, that just speaks to the kind of guy that he is.
Mm-hmm.
He was just happy to be there doing what he did, his contribution. But I can't not mention Bruce and thank him very much for his service as well. Each one of them received one of our medals, and we acknowledge them and we thank them for everything they do. Look at it.
That is an adorable picture.
Yeah.
I love it.
It really is. And this is given Ron.
And he got
Rick,
choked up too.
Huh?
He got pretty choked up.
I tell you what, he really did when he was talking about what he went through in the military. It was like he got through that pretty good. It was like, yeah, okay, I was doing my job. But then when he started speaking of how the service, I don't even like calling them animals, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
His partner, service pet, get him through some very tough times. He says he is in his life, and we go through a lot of our military, reach dark moments in their life where it's like, there's no hope for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And that pet, that brings him out of it sometimes. And along with good counseling, which is why we had the Illinois Peer Support Team. That's one of the things, too, for police and fire. When you're seeing tragedy on a daily basis and you don't have anybody to discuss it with, talk to about it, plays on you. You know, early on in the job when I was on, we didn't have these counselors. Tough it out, kid. Yeah, okay, I understand. But it wasn't like to be insensitive. It was just so it didn't affect you because you had to go to the next call.
Yep.
So what do we got next year? Yep, and that's Ron Wheeler, also a brother night with me.
I enjoyed putting those.
You know what?
It was such
I saw
an
you
honor.
did a great job on it.
Thank you.
And who's the clown? That's not a clown. That's Wizzo.
Yes.
Along with Bruce Shipyard, our photographer, and the voice of Elgin, Jeffrey Myers.
Yeah. Now Bruce is usually behind the camera, not in front of it.
He doesn't like being in the camera. He doesn't like being in the shots. He's a very humble guy, but we're glad that he has helped us on so many different events that we've had. So here we got Rob.
Yes.
Rob Southgate, along with the big old Wiz.
Yep.
Wizzo was out
Very
there.
nice.
This, you could see the view on State Street. You see the flags along the grass line. Now, those are the same size flags that went all the way down State Street, all the way up to at least the high school, I believe, if not further.
Yep.
And there's the vehicles from the car show. The Lambas came out.
Yeah, the llamas.
Llamas.
The llamas, yes.
I said Lamba. Llamas came out, and they always come and support our events. We can't thank them enough for all the support that they do. They're a great group of guys. They have the Easter basket thing that they do over at the Legion each year, and we like to show them love and support every time we can as well. Who do we have here? Oh, this is the Bassett Rescue, which was just down the street, across from the K9 for Hudson. Let me see. And there's the K9 Hudson. Yeah, I didn't know it was the next frame. And what do we got here? Oh, we got another
That's
one.
another one there that looks like it's Bassett Rescue.
Yeah, that's their mobile vehicle that they use.
That's very cool.
So we did have a lot of people that came out. We had a lot of different vendors that appeared, and that was great. So I already went over the military ones, people that received recognition. Also, we were able to recognize Sergeant Gregory Sears, who his end of watch was June the 1st, the year 2000. And he's the first and only, and thank God we hope no others, to add to the list from the Hampshire Police Department. He passed in the line of duty. So we gave it to the field training officer, Officer Muniz, and a new officer, Officer Peters. So we gave the Medal of Recognition so that it could be placed prominently. They have a display and a little, memorial, we'll call it, for Sergeant Sears. And then we also acknowledged the police department. So we made sure that they gave one for the police chief so that he can have it, prominently posted within the village. So it was great. I mean, they were very, very humble and very well spoken. They talked a little bit about it. So I was glad that we were able to get the recognition to them. Then we had Mayor Reed came up because we had tried to get the chief, the fire chief from Hampshire, Chief Trevor Herman. But the dates didn't line up, things didn't line up. But he was with the Hampshire Fire Protection District from 1989 to 2025. His family was founding members of the Volunteer Fire Department in 1931.
Wow.
So there was always a Trevor either in charge, in command, or one way or the other at that fire department. And then we also had a little bit more on the police side. We had the cold case detectives, and Sergeant now was former Sergeant Detective Artanian, who is now Sergeant, and Detective Andrew Houghton from the Cold Case Division of the Elgin Police Department. Chief Anna Lally would have been present. They had an event going on in Elgin as well, so they made a quick cameo appearance so that, hey, everybody's represented. So it was great. We gave them also their recognition and their medal that they could take back to the police department as well. But boy, that was the Karen Schieffer's, how do you say her last name?
Karen Schieffer's.
Schieffer's case, that cold case that was got so many years. And they solved it. It's got the number 1% podcast of all the podcasts that are out there.
I also want to give a shout out to, of course, the Cold Case File Division. When they do these podcasts, I have to say how professional they are and how respectful they are, too. As someone who does watch a lot of cold case YouTube videos, there are times when my jaw drops on how certain people are not as professional, but they are always professional. They're respectful of the family.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it takes a lot of humility to be able to do that job.
Yep.
So, we're almost getting to the top of the hour. And I do want to mention the folks that we weren't able to present the award. But I think, like I said, what we're going to do, Nightmare on Chicago Street.
Yes.
We're going to do it right in front of our station. At least they could, because we do that as a live broadcast. Mm-hmm. And I feel that would give them the, proper recognition that they need. And when we come back, we'll make sure that we tell you who those folks were. But I think all in all, everybody has seen the pictures. We did it. Hit it out of the park as far as I'm concerned. What do you think, Matt?
I loved it. All of the support, all the hard work that went into it. And I thought it was very well. Despite, of course, the rain. The rain that didn't stop us. I mean, it did in a sense, but we all still were out there. We were laughing. We were having a good time.
Everybody had a ball, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't account for Mother Nature. So listen, we're at the top of the hour. We're going to come back in just a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit some more about America First Responders, and we're going to make a shift to what's going on. Columbus Day. Christopher Columbus. That's this coming Monday. Thank you. You're listening to WRMN 1410 right here. Studio 14, me and Matt McNeil.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town. So come on and listen now.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
We talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Cintas. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of 2 men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed, according to authorities. The incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Cintas. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 64. Temperatures falling to around 62. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. Currently, it is 62 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio. Here on WRMN AM 1410.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410. On WRMN, it's the talk of the town. So come on and listen now.
Oh boy, and let me tell you, talk of the town. Do they love to talk in this town? But yes, indeed, this is Dino, and we are back. WRMN 1410, Dino's Night Out. And joining me now, because Matt couldn't take me no more, I got Dennis Sonar Green. How you doing, Dennis?
Doing fantastic. How about you, Mr. Dino, sir?
Like I was saying, my voice was fading. You just gave me a little shot of coffee. That's kind of soothing the pipes a little bit. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. I got drink some with you. Cheers to that.
Cheers to your muscle.
Get some of that afternoon coffee going on. In the Navy, that's all we ran on. So media just fit right in for the beverage of choice.
That was good. So while you were not here, we were talking about America First Responders Fest.
Oh, that was a fun time.
It was a real good time. But before we do that, we got right now reminding everybody that this show, Dino's Night Out, 2 to 4 each and every Friday, is brought to you by Ron Onesti from the Arcada Theater.
Is that fantastic theater in St. Charles?
That's that one, 105, and it's on East Main Street. Yeah, great show. Oshows.com. Always has a good lineup.
And the best part is there's multiple stages, too. So when you go over there for the night, you may be seeing one show and then going, oh, my goodness, maybe we go see another while we're still here.
He's got Studio, what is that, 64? He's on Route 64, North Avenue. Yeah. So it's Studio 64, which is the offshoot of Studio 54. So that's kind of like your disco music, rock and ravioli he's got. He's got so many different venues within that building. What he has done with that place, him, his brother, his crew, is just outstanding. But tonight, if you want to catch the 8 o'clock show, how do you say that name? Me and Matt had two different ways of saying it.
Let's see here. It's Orianthi.
Those of you playing the home game.
Yeah. Orianthi? Orianthi, I think.
All right.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, we'll go that way. So anyhow, she looks as much like a rock star as she does a supermodel. Quite a good-looking lady. And but it's, the extraordinary guitar chops that turn most of the heads. She began playing professionally when she was only 13 years old. Before going on to perform, she performed on tour with Carlos Santana, Steve Vai, Alice Cooper, Rich Sambora, and, of course, Dave Stewart.
That's some good style right there. And I love female blues singers, too. Because the blues, a lot of times, is all about that heartache and that yearning and all of that. And to hear that from a female vocalist, too, along with those crunchy guys, or those Delta blues type of thing, to hear that same...
This is crisp.
Yeah, sweet sorrow coming from a female voice, absolutely.
And Diana Krall is another good one. Hers is more of the, little real tempered down. She's married to that Elvis Costello guy.
Oh, yeah?
What do you see? Have you ever seen a
He must
picture
be
of her?
famous. No.
Yeah, I heard he is. And then after that, on Saturday, they got Gino Vanelli. You may remember him. Matt had no idea who I was talking about. But he's a Canadian rock singer and songwriter who's best known for his singles, I Just Want to Stop and Living Inside Myself. Since his debut release of Crazy Life in 1973, Gino, that's Gino Vanelli, has remained one of the most distinctive voices in contemporary music. So that's what we got lined up over there, and that's who does it for us all the time. Our good friend, Ron Onesti. Thank you, Ron, for all the support you give our station. We certainly appreciate it. Definitely good stuff. But, just a quick thing. We're back on the America First Responders Fest for a second. I wanted to read some of the people that didn't have the opportunity, and we did speak of how we were going to have them here. You and I were talking, Nightmare on Chicago Street. We will have that right in front here. We do a live broadcast. So we're going to ask them to come out on the 25th, I believe it is. I've been telling everybody the 23rd. So, a couple of the people we're going to have, we're going to have Erin Murphy. She happens to be from the Elgin Police Department.
Oh, okay.
And she's certified emergency medical dispatcher. not just medical dispatcher, not just dispatcher, emergency medical dispatcher. There's quite a bit that goes into the dispatching. Again, more of who first responders are. So we felt it only fitting. We had given her an award a couple of years back, and she has had some, again, outstanding, if you want to call it, performances and life-saving that probably could have gone a lot more dark had she not give the aid that she gave and gave the caller that calmness that they needed. So we're not only bringing her in for that, but she also has a special message, and it's a sad message, but it's a message that she's feeling, I don't want to say lucky, but fortunate. She's got ovarian cancer. Erin was diagnosed with stage 1 ovarian cancer and has been fortunate that it is in remission. So if you want to, go to her website, it's diy.ocrhope/Erin-Murphy for more information. They even made a vehicle wrapped.
Yeah, the EPD's driving around in that.
With the ovarian cancer. I'm trying to see if I yeah, I do. Look at that. And there's a picture, those of you, once again, playing the home game. And don't forget, that's the domestic violence one. Okay, well, it looks similar because it's a similar color, but they do have a one for the ovarian cancer. A lot of people supported it, sponsored it. And a lot of people think like the city is spending money on these vehicles to get wrapped. These come from community donations, community businesses, community individuals, okay? Just keep that in mind. But since I have this up, they have the walk October the 11th from 10 to 1, and that's right behind the City Hall in that little courtyard.
Yeah, that's
is
tomorrow.
Where it starts, yes. And that starts at 10 o'clock, since I had the clip up here. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to definitely talk about Erin, about gratefully and hopefully her stage 1 stays in remission. And the other things on the first responders, again, we're trying to make America First Responders a foundation so that we're able to give out scholarships. Scholarships to who? People that want to go in the military, because there's people that you can get into the military, they'll take you. But if you want to get into it as a career, into the officers, a little extra money doesn't hurt them by way of a scholarship. Police department, fire department, to get you to go to school, to get the training, make sure this is what you want to do. We've talked about EMS already, dispatchers, but equally as important, and not just that we're in it, is your journalists.
Yeah, well, the thing is that you never know about the education and what kind of certifications you need to get until you're into something. So a lot of times it may be $100 or $300 to take a CPR course, right. Or maybe you want to get certified on a particular fire extinguisher or something like that. So there's a whole bunch of different things that you never know that may pop up within your education. That maybe it's just a textbook or something like that. So we want to make sure that we can set up something to where if there is somebody who wants to serve the community, we want to make sure that there are no roadblocks in their way to actually be able to do that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's set up for. So the last two I wanted to talk about, and I'm hoping we can get them here. John Garcia, who's a reporter for ABC7, he works this area, these suburbs. He's Eyewitness News. John he's just got too many awards for me to mention, but just a few. He's got 5 regional Emmys, Illinois Broadcasters Association, Silver Dome Award, as well as being chosen for the Drake University Young Alumni Achievement Award. Now, that's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, but we're going to also ask John to come on the 25th. And then, John stands up with that microphone in his hand, but who's the guy that's right there with him all the time? And that's his partner. His partner and cameraman, and that's Kevin Dalton. He's also been with ABC7. He was a photographer for 37 years, And in 32 years now, he's been in TV. So he has also been with ABC, WLS, again, for 18 full years, and himself receiving many awards, such as the AP Award and 3 regional Emmys.
Wow.
And AP is the Associated Press, which is kind of like an elite thing, I guess you would want to call it. Would you not?
They're, for the most part, they're almost a national standard for news for a lot of things. AP usually with their grade, last time I checked, comes in centered, high factuality. Yeah. If you look at the Ad Fonte's measurement of news, they're fantastic. So being recognized by somebody who is the industry standard and is that elite type of side.
Very good. Well, listen, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Columbus Day. And that's coming up on the 13th. We're going to talk all things Columbus. I think you'll enjoy it. So just do me a favor, hang with us. We're not going to be too far away.
73rd annual?
Can you imagine that? 73rd annual Columbus Day.
That's a lot of parades.
You better believe it. I've been involved with them since 1977.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of parades.
I'm an old guy. But there's a lot that's happened. I mean, a lot of things that people don't realize, that October is Italian American Heritage Month. And we'll talk a little bit some more about that when we get a little bit closer to it, when we come back from our next break. So, hey, everybody, hang tight. We are going to be talking all things Columbus. Columbus Day this Monday. Thank you for listening to WRMN 1410.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, we are back. Dino's Night Out. Quick break we took over here because the bottom of the hour is going to come so much faster than you realize. So what I want to do is get Dennis back on here with me. Hey, Dennis. What's going on?
Nothing too much.
I got the right mic on, too. Look at that.
Ready to be talking about some Columbus Day. That's coming up Monday, right?
This coming Monday.
That's the one.
You don't want to miss it. That's right here. And, you know, a lot of people don't realize the importance of the Italian Americans, you know, to this country.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh, the Italians are the best. Because, yeah, I get that all the time. Oh, what do you think? You Italians you did everything, walk on water? You know, no, it's not that at all. It's just that they really have contributed so much. And, you know, and I tell you, Italian Heritage Month is celebrated in October to honor the culture and contributions of Italian Americans. Established by 1989 U.S. congressional and presidential proclamation by George H.W. Bush, the month recognizes the impact of immigrants who came during the Great Arrival. They call the Great Arrival between 1880 and 1924. The celebration includes recognizing the achievements in fields like entertainment, science, the military, and reflects a unique Italian-American culture that developed the United States. So if you're watching on TV, of course, I have that on there. And then one of the other things I want to talk about next to that is Anthony DeLuca. Anthony DeLuca, representative, I think, 108th District. You remember? Yeah. 103rd. 8-3. Yeah, they all look alike.
Yeah, they're all the same. Well, they don't all look alike. That's
no, that's for sure.
But that's gerrymandering, and we'll talk about that in a political talk show. But
Mr. Anthony DeLuca, House of Representatives of the 103rd General Assembly, in 2023, he put House Bill 1199 together. And what that does, it was introduced by himself on 1/31/23, and that was by Anthony DeLuca, Dave Vella, Jennifer Sanlatoro, Robert Bob Rita, and Daniel Gasty. We know that name.
Yeah.
He's in the area now, Kane County. As well, I'm sorry, he's a senator, isn't he?
I believe so. Representative, yeah.
Mr. Gassy's a representative for the state of Illinois. Good man. Was at that Republican event that we were just at. And, yeah, so that's who, I guess you have to have X amount of people to nominate this to be I guess it becomes a bill, which is a law. And that goes back to that rock, remember? So, but it's called House Bill 1199, and we thank Anthony DeLuca, the House of Representatives, for making this happen. So they amended it, and it says right here that the month of October of each year is designated as Italian Heritage Month to be observed throughout the state as a month of recognition, the contributors and influence of Italians on American history, achievement, culture, and innovation. You know, it wasn't always good news, like with the Italian Americans. Every group, you know, ethnicity, culture, think that they were the ones that were persecuted and they were treated so terribly.
Well, if you look far enough back in history, it's almost everybody.
Everybody
has.
was.
So.
I mean, the Egyptians had slaves. Everybody had slaves. Everybody was treated. Somebody always had to be superior. Okay. I don't like that way of treating people. But, you know, one of the things that sparked George H.W. Bush to do this was the month, you know, was celebrated because this was partly a response to an injustice in 1891 when 11 Sicilian men were lynched, leading to an earlier gesture of reparation and the establishment of the day in Columbus's name. So to date, that was the largest mass lynching, hanging of any group of people in the history. And that was in the, I forget what parish, it was down in Louisiana.
New Orleans. Yeah.
New Orleans, right. So, and what it was something to do with the police chief. I don't have the facts in front of me, so I'm not going to say.
Well, following the acquittal of a mistrial, several Italian men were accused of murdering the city's police chief.
That's what it was. And I knew it was, they were ready to be acquitted, and they were in the parish prison, and parish, not church, but parish is in New Orleans. A group of people stormed the jail, dragged these individuals out, all 11 of them, and they lynched them. And they were acquitted. They were wrongly accused. So, you know, why do I bring that up? I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not looking for anything more than just, hey, this is what's happened. You know, this happens to a lot of people. We have a lot of injustices going on. Look what's happening in our world right now. One could argue it's right. One could argue it's not. But if you don't take a stand and you don't voice your opinion, is what we always talk about, these are the things we're going to have.
Well, and if you look at a lot of these things too, like we just said, is you walk further back in history, everyone has a time of being persecuted. It's when we open up and we accept everybody that we finally get past it, right? 100 years from now, they turn around and they say the same things about the time that we're sitting in now. You know what I mean? Well, or they turn around and go, you know what? Back then they did this and they did that. So
yeah, I can't believe they're saying this now. They never said that before. Well, I do a lot of clean-outs through the law firm, and you get some old newspapers back from, I'm talking as much as 1918, and you read the newspapers about how they talked about the politicians then. We're school kids the way we talk. I mean, they were rough. So, hey, we're going to come back. This is the bottom of the hour break. This is that hard break we have to take. But if you're watching on the screen, right on there is Enzo Ranieri, Ron Onesti.
Well, it's you.
Yeah.
There.
No, I was just trying to think. I thought I had more to put on today. But no, but that's Anthony DeLuca. He's in the, right next to Enza. And all prominent people within the Italian American community. Not so much me, but those folks there. Ron Onesti is the president of the Joint Civic Committee, which we're going to talk about when we come back. So please stay with us. You're listening to WRMN 1410, right here at Studio 14.
It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of 2 men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed. According to authorities, the incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurance not available in all states or situations.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m., cloudy with a high near 64, windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. Saturday night, partly cloudy with a low around 47. Currently, it is 61 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
Hey, we are back. It's me, Dino. Dino's Night Out right here. Studio number 14. Beautiful downtown Elgin, AM 1410. Man, I got to tell you, I love this song. I let it play all the time as much as I can, but that's not going to get me what I need to do. You know what? That's what we should do. I like that. We can sell it as a ringtone. Good idea. Yep. Okay. Well, listen, we were talking about Columbus Day just before we had to take our hard break at the bottom. And got a couple of events that are happening that I wanted to share with everybody. First of all, here's what the day consists of. The day, and again, this is since 1952. Do the math, because I know you're looking at 73 years, 52. And Matt, it adds up. What's the matter? Oh, you're not on. There you are.
Oh, I don't do math on air. I try as hard as I can. I try to do all of the math, even for my show, pre or at least during a commercial break. What did you say?
1952. The Columbus Day celebration has been a generations old, honoring the Chicagoland Italian American community. The JCCIA, which stands for Joint Civic Committee of Italian Americans, welcomes everyone to join us in the celebration for 2025 Columbus Day Parade. And you ask, when is that parade? It happens to be Monday. A lot of people are off. I think it's still a holiday for a good portion of the people. So it's Monday, October the 13th, 2025, right here on State Street in Chicago. State and Wacker is where everything kicks off. But we are honored to have Fred Barbara serving as our 2025 Columbus Day Parade Chairman. We will also be celebrating Sicily as our Parade Region of Honor. I think last year was the Polonaise. Each year we pick a different region, and it's really kind of neat because we bring the people in to the different events and the different balls that we have, and you're able to get a better grasp of what the region is all about. Believe it or not, it's like even in Italian, they call different dialects.
Mm-hmm.
Depending if you're further north, further south, you're not speaking Italian proper. You're speaking what they call that dialect. So, and that's another show. And somebody with more.
I've been to Naples before.
Yeah.
And that was a fantastic place. But to me, I don't want to necessarily. That was the only dialect that I got to hear while I was there. I'm sure there was somebody traveling, but I couldn't tell the difference.
My flight, everything was booked.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had that beautiful thing happen. What do they call it? COVID.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I'm going to get out there.
You'll get there.
But Sicily, again, is our Parade Region of Honor. This year's Grand Marshals are Chaz Palminteri from A Bronx Tale. You hear me always reference him with not knowing sports. Mickey Mantle never made me no money. I believe that wholeheartedly. And an America's tenor who sang at the presidential inauguration, Christopher Machio.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to be there.
Is he going to perform?
He's going to perform right in the middle of State and Wacker.
Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Ron and his brother, let me tell you, what they put together, what Onesti, Oshows.com puts together is a product. Well, that's what they are. That's what they do for a living. But what a production he puts on. Well, they'll have the American national anthem, the Italian national anthem, everything. But like good Italians, we start everything with a little church. At 9 a.m., the day will begin with a glorious mass celebrated by Father Richard Fragamini at Old St. Pat's Catholic Church, 700 West Adams Street. Father Fragamini, I think, just celebrated 50 years in priesthood.
My goodness.
Yeah. Great guy, great homily, just in touch. And boy, you listen to him speak Italian, it's like listening to music. Really.
Wow.
He's that good.
It is
Good
a very beautiful language. It's considered one of the Romance languages, just like French.
Oui. So everything starts 12 p.m., right, like I said, on the corner of State and Wacker, after which the parade will then commence south down State Street all the way to Van Buren. After there will be a post-parade reception on Rush Street, sponsored by the Bellevue Tavern on Rush, Gibson's, and Carmine's. ABC 7 will be broadcasting the parade live and live streaming on abc7chicago.com. So our friends at ABC are going to be the ones doing the actual streaming, and I think you're going to want to watch it.
Yeah, and then we're going to be checking in. So as you're watching WLS, follow with your social media. Because everybody two screens everything now, right?
Sure
you got one that just is on in the background, kind of like how the radio used to be. Still is in my garage. But then we've also got that social media side. So we're going to be going backstage because, WLS has that. But we've got people right there face to face with some of these people with the parade floats and the different marching.
We're going to try and give a little behind scenes, what's happening. And as it progresses, I think that'll be pretty exciting.
I think so.
So we're going to give it a try. we were invited to do so, so we said, sure, why not? Let's get some coverage out there.
Are you wearing a blazer or an orange vest or an orange blazer?
You know what? I'm the guy that's at the tip, sending them down to shoot.
Okay.
So I'm sure I won't be dressed.
We'll have to get you those flashlights with cones.
I was hoping for something like that. Yeah. I usually put my truck right in the middle of Wacker or State Street and whatever street that is. That's just south of Wacker, or whatever that street. I don't know my streets. But anyhow, a couple of things I did want to go into again, just a little bit some more. Anthony DeLuca, who really made all of this possible for making it a House bill in the state of Illinois. I just wanted to put him back up on the screen. Anthony DeLuca is with the 103rd General Assembly. A lot of people backing him up. And to be able to get this bill enacted, it was quite a feat, to be honest with you. There was a lot of opposition met in the beginning. Once they realized and understood a lot of what we were trying to do. And again, we have a host of attorneys that have been working with these Columbus Day statues since they took them down, and a lot of the language so that Mr. DeLuca could use it, toward the House. Ron Onesti, I can't say enough about what Ron does for the Italian community. Not only he runs a beautiful business, but what he does for the Italian community, second to none. Just second to none. And then I don't want to miss talking about a woman that we all miss very dearly, Joanne Serpico. And Joanne, talk about lead with an iron fist, but a soft heart. That was Joanne Serpico. And she passed away last year. We missed her last year. And now 2 years in a row without Joanne being there, it's really just not the same. But we progress, we go on further, we acknowledge and we thank all of those that have made things possible. And that's what it's all about. The Columbus Day Parade, again, 73rd annual that you've been seeing. You look at the picture over here and look at all the different faces.
Wow.
You see black, you see brown, you see Asian. We have all of our partners in the community. We have the Jewish community, the Polonaise, we have the Grecian, you name it. Each and every community is represented and welcomed, and they do participate with some type of a float or walking or marching band in our parade. This is not just about us. And a lot of people say, oh, well, yeah, you're walking all over those indigenous people. What about them? What about their contribution? Well, I got answers on that too. Because last year was a big deal with the indigenous people. We had invited them and the Native American Guardians Association. So we had the different events, like I say, lead up to Columbus Day, and then we have a few during and a couple after Columbus Day. They came in their native garb, put on presentations of what they do and how they do it, and they couldn't be any more receptive, I guess, to us as a group. Okay, they're the group that says, like the Redskins and the Blackhawks. They said we're not mad about it. Who's saying we're mad? We're not mad. Why is everybody fighting about? Let's get rid of the Redskins. What's the football team they just changed?
The Commanders.
The Commanders. What was it before? Was that the Redskins?
The Redskins.
Okay. So, I don't get it.
Well, and that's what I like about what you guys put on for this parade is you let everybody in. And that's why you have such a massive parade.
Oh, it's huge.
This thing is amazing to go down. This is, to me, like, how you have the Thanksgiving Day parade in New York, or maybe you've got a 4th of July parade around here. I think in Chicago, the Columbus Day parade is the equivalent to that. I think you guys do such a great job putting that together. And honestly, with WLS covering it the way that they do as well, it invites everybody to be a part of it. So I think that's the whole spirit of it anyway. And that's honestly what it is it's not about turning around and saying, like when they say save the rainforest, right? When they say save the rainforest, they don't mean screw every other tree. They mean, hey, let's focus right now and do this, or let's look at this. This is the time to highlight that. So being inclusive with everybody is a great way to go with it.
Well, I mean, we know no other way. I'm going to be honest with you. We know no other way than to do that. We know what it's like to have people, look down their nose at us. We know what it's like to have people, make different comments about us. But, we plow forward, we plow through. And again, we are totally welcoming to each and every group that wants to be a part of us. If you don't want to be a part of us, don't be a part of us. But we open the door to everyone. And that is, you got people like Enza Ranieri. She's been on our show before. Individuals like Mr. DeLuca, supporting us through the state government. Ron Onesi, who I can't tell you how many different events he attends on a daily basis, okay? And Columbus Day is one day, okay? The Italian culture and our heritage, there's events that go on each and every day. And he's always posturing them so that we're ready to do the next good thing, And then again, that's being inclusive of each and every person. There's a guy by the name of Paul Basil who puts out a publication. It's called the Franoi. And this one here, this is a special, it's a special publication. It's called Proud and Positive, Celebration of Our Italian Legacy. And, when you go through this, you'll see the tributes, you'll see the initiatives, you'll see all the different things and all the different contributions that the Italian Americans have helped make America a better place, okay? Not to make America great again, the America a better place for all ethnicities. That's what we wanted. We're all immigrants. Let's go back to that. And what was it saying? The great period of the immigrant was that 1887?
Yeah, all the way to the early 1900s.
To 1924. So that was, I guess, the big influx of the immigrants. And it wasn't just the Italian Americans coming here, but the idea that we could all play nice in the sandbox is really where it all boils down. Now, maybe I'm breaking it down a little bit too basic, a little bit too easy, but there was I'll read just one little, we got a little bit of time. Amerigo Vespucci. He was an explorer from 1451 to 1512. Now, mind you, we've got people that have made great accomplishments that don't date back to the 1400s, okay? But he was a financial manager for the Medici family. Amerigo Vespucci turned his attention toward exploration with the news of Columbus's voyages. He sailed from Spain and then Portugal, making 4 voyages between 1497 and 1504. Traveling twice to explore the coastline of South America, he was the first to realize it was a continent, dubbing the New World. German cartographer Martin Walzenmuller identified it as America, named after Amerigo. So here you have it. Amerigo Vespucci is why we have the name America. So, I mean,
that's pretty good.
You can go one after the other. You got Fermi, the Fermi Lab, with splitting that atom. I mean, we got so many different war veterans. Balbo Drive downtown in the city of Chicago, named after him. And I think a real personal favorite of mine, which kind of ties in Father Fragamini. Father Fragamini is pastor of Our Lady of Pompeii, and that's on Lexington Street, okay? So directly across from the church are a bunch of condominiums now. Well, years ago, that was our Mother Cabrini Hospital. So St. Francis Cabrini, who was a humanitarian, I'm going to read it. She was small and sickly as a child growing up in Italy. Francesca Severo Cabrini conquered her infirmities to become America's first saint. Adopting the name St. Francis Xavier, she founded the missionary Sisters of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, setting forth with her congregants to minister to the needs of Italian immigrants in America. But her mission was more than just spiritual. Over time, her order established 67 hospitals. She had schools and orphanages in the United States, Latin America, and Europe. So that's this little woman, again, like my mom, probably didn't make 5 feet. And if you see it, it's called Cabrini. It's a beautiful movie. It's a great thing. Here's a woman that stood up to the Vatican. They wanted to shut her down. You're not going to continue this. You're not going to do that. She didn't listen to nobody. She kept plowing through. Why? Because she knew it was the right thing to do. She knew that if she didn't, all these people would go without. So 67 hospitals she was responsible, not to mention the orphanage.
Wow.
Others. So, the contributions the Italian Americans have made, it's countless.
Sometimes you just need an Italian mother to just take control, right?
You know what I mean? I tell you about mine all the time. But yeah, this book that I just shared with you, it's called Proud and Positive, Celebrating Our Italian Legacy. The author, the gentleman, Paul Basil, he's also the guy with the Italian American War Veterans Museum. This gentleman, again, just countless time he puts into promoting, the Italian American heritage. And these books are available. I have a whole stack here. If somebody would like to get them, give me a phone call. You can call in 847-931-1410. Hit me on the email and let me know. Give me the address, and I'll send one of these out to you. But one after the other, you'll see all the different people that contributed, as well as all the other ethnic groups that have committed to this country to make this a great country that I'm still proud of right now, of all the things that we are accomplishing. Italo Balbo, he was 1896 to 1940. That was the aviator. He was Italy's pre-World War II aeronautical prowess was showcased in the summer of 1993 when General Italo Balbo led a squadron of 24 Marchetti seaplanes in a historic Atlantic crossing. Flying in formation for the entire journey, the squadron landed on Lake Michigan to international acclaim during Chicago's Century of Progress World's Fair. Balbo was hailed as a hero and feted throughout the city. Today, 2 civic monuments and a street in Chicago give testimony to this unprecedented achievement. So, yeah, I'm bragging. I'm bragging about a lot. These guys have done so much, and women, so many different actors, that we have. So a lot of people. You'll want to get this. Give me a call. Drop me a line, 847-931-1410. Drop me a line on my email, because I'm just going to keep talking about these accomplishments until we go. Showing you a few pictures again. This is what the parade kicks off. Prior to that going down, we have the Chicago Police Department with the mounted police.
Wow.
And then the most important member that goes after the horses, that's the guy with the little cart sweeping up. So the rest of the people go walk on a nice pavement.
That's true.
But they got typically 6 horses, the mounted police. And Enzo Ranieri was very instrumental in getting a lot of funding to their organization.
That's right out in front of the Chicago Theater, too.
That's correct. And if you were looking at the picture, to the left is where WLS has their studios, and they have an outdoor piece set up. Ryan Cheverini is there. Yeah, a lot of good people. Yeah, he's the announcer from LS that typically is. But it's a great thing. Again, I show you all the different people. We're all there in unity. We're all there in harmony. We want one thing, everybody to get along together. Again, the Joint Civic Committee of Italian Americans. If you're interested in more information, go to jccia.org, and any one of them, the ladies in the office, happy to assist you. But this is a big thing. I mean, it is a real big thing. The entertainment that we have set up, the fact that George H.W. Bush made this Italian American Heritage Month, even though you don't hear so much about the Italians on the TV all the time, you hear every other group, but that's okay. We know who we are. We know who we represent. We thank again Anthony DeLuca. We cannot thank enough Ron Onesti for his tireless work as president of the Joint Civic Committee of Italian Americans. I have an organization still to this day, Unification of Italian Americans. We got about a dozen guys, and we're basically a spiritual-based one because with my Knights of Columbus stuff, I don't want to be another Italian club to do this, do that, and go nowhere.
Yeah.
I wanted it to support Joint Civic Committee, and that's really just what we do.
Well, you guys are putting something on fantastically on Monday.
And you're going to be a part of it. You said you'd help us.
Yeah.
I'm holding you to that.
Wave at me. Come say hi. I'll be one of the guys probably in the vest, in the reflective vest. I'll see if I can get a flashlight or two to be able to
I'll get you one.
Direct everybody.
But that's how I have to lure you into doing it?
That's how the wife's got to do it at least. Okay, I'm got the next hours or so, and then of course we've got the Hampshire football game coming up tonight.
We're going to have the Whippers live right here at WRMN 1410. I'd like to thank you all for listening. Maybe some of this Italian stuff was a little too much for you. I don't think it was, but I wouldn't. Thank you very much for listening. You listen to WRMN 1410 on the AM channel, 1410, 1410.com if you want to check us out on the website. Don't forget Columbus Day, everybody, this Monday. Everyone's Italian on Monday, October the 13th. God bless, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Sky Rizzi. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of 2 men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed, according to authorities. The incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurance, not available in all states or situations.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is Elgin 100 years ago, October 10th. Styling the proposed order of Health Commissioner Herman Bunderson of Chicago, under which only milk from tested herds would be admitted into Chicago, an ultimatum from upwards of 1,000 northern Illinois dairy farmers was prepared at their meeting in Elgin this afternoon to vote unanimously against the compulsory test of their herds. Farmers point out that they are being told to either have their herds tested or lose the Chicago market. They take the stand that submission to the order would also result in the loss of the market because they would literally be put out of business. If we submit to the test, it will mean financial ruin for a majority of the farmers, said Dan Gilly of Elgin, formerly one of the leaders in the Milk Producers Association. Let's play a waiting game was the argument of Mr. W.H. Wilbur.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m., cloudy with a high near 64, windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. Saturday night, partly cloudy with a low around 47. Currently, it is 61 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show here on WRMN. That's right, WRMN 1410 on that AM dial, all the way since 1949. And we've also got WRMN1410.com. Probably been around since the internet has been around. Dial up and all of that, as everybody was talking about before. You remember that distinct sound that screeched at you every time the internet came alive? Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Nice, clean ways to listen right there on WRMN1410.com. Now, if you do like the hum of the AM dial, of course you can be over there at 1410 in the Fox River Valley. It is, of course, Free Speech Friday, the best day of a political talk show, because you don't get to hear just me, right? That's why everybody likes it. Well, today we've got a very, very good Free Speech Friday panel today. I'll tell you, they have more accolades and more things than I couldn't even possibly achieve in my lifetimes of being out there in the world. So let me introduce you to a couple of my friends today. Well, of course, we've got Cecilia Brooks, a 2025 candidate for the Elgin City Council, but is a first-generation American, deeply rooted in her community. She identifies as grassroots conservative, youth advocate, and devout Catholic. Brooks previously served as secretary for Kane County Young Republicans and has active in Elgin civic and political circles. Her campaign focused on youth empowerment, safety, and restoring community. Find her at Cecilia Brooks, CECILIAIBROOKS, for those of you that are playing at home. Quote from her: proud first-generation devout Catholic, prioritizing youth empowerment and improving community relations. Thank you very much for being here, madam.
Thank you back for having me. It's good to be back.
It is. We've also got a few other people with us, too, and that is Andy Williams Jr. is a justice reform advocate and a 2026 candidate for the Illinois Attorney General. Known as the jailhouse-turned-street lawyer, Williams brings lived experience as formerly incarcerated individual turned legal and political activist. His platform emphasizes government accountability, protecting civil liberties, and ending system misconduct. A public speaker and minister of justice, Williams advocates for policies that serve everyday people, especially the historically excluded and underserved. You can find him on Instagram at Andy_WilliamsJR. A great quote from his LinkedIn: I'm running for Attorney General of Illinois, the first formerly incarcerated jailhouse turned street lawyer in history to do so. Thank you very much for being here, sir. Really appreciate that.
Thank you for having me.
Get just a little closer to the microphone for me, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, appreciate that. And of course, the guy who comes in here to give us all of the best legal advice, because it's the best legal advice in the area. That comes from James M. Vaselli, a founding partner of Vaselli Law, LLC, where he specializes in municipal law, real estate development, public finance, and regulatory compliance. With over 20 years of legal experience, he represented numerous municipalities across northern Illinois, advising in zoning, tax increment, financing, and land use, and other things that I will stumble over when I read them. His career includes prior work with the Delgado Law Group and roles in public service. He's widely recognized in legal directories for his expertise in local governments and law. I don't bet you didn't know that, sir.
I did not.
Yeah, a few different places out there. I'll have to send them over to you. But you can find Jimmy over at jmvchicagolaw.com. Trusted legal guidance tailored to the complexities of governance, development, and compliance. Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me, everybody.
So that was 5 minutes of pedigrees. So we definitely have everybody in here. So, of course, all that seriousness has to be countered with our silly debate of the day. Picture this: a crisp October night, Porches glowing orange, the scent of pumpkins thick in the air. Children in capes and masks parade from door to door, voices bright with anticipation. But then, amid the miniature vampires and astronauts, appear two fully grown adults, capes fluttering, plastic pumpkins outstretched. The homeowners hesitate. Laughter, admiration, quiet judgment. In that instant, Halloween's unspoken question emerges. When does the right to play expire? Is trick-or-treating an innocent act of community and nostalgia, or a ritual that belongs exclusively to children? At what age does the magic of the night become something we must surrender, and why? From the youngest of the group, I think, Cecilia, you should probably go first.
You know what? I think that a lot of people will argue that some people should drop this at some point in their lives, but I actually think it's so important for every human being, regardless of age, to still have a sense of youth and a childlike sense. It doesn't have to be what rules you, but it can also, it's important to be in touch with your inner child and to have that lighthearted and innocence still with you.
You could get away with trick-or-treating, though. So, come on. Those of you that are over there on YouTube,
Hey,
you know
don't expose my weekend plans, Sonar.
That's right. But so you're saying it should just be, you know what? It's open. Whoever has that childhood spirit should have a pillowcase and a candy bar in it.
I mean, when you put it like that.
I was trying to make it flowery, but I guess not. I guess I made it creepy. But Mr. Williams, what do you think about this? Is it a community event? Should I have to bring a child with me when I go trick-or-treating? Hopefully mine.
Trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat. No, I think you should trick or treat as much as you want to, as old as you want to, because it's our freedom. It's our freedom. So I don't trick or treat, although I might do it this year with my granddaughter. I was a kid and I did trick or treating all the time, dressed up as a hobo, He-Man. You know, my brother was Skeletor. So I like trick or treating. So I think as long as you want to do it, it's safe, it's fun. Continue to do it.
For all ages, right?
You could be 77, 91, 2. Come on through.
Jimmy, is it about the candy? You can trick or treat all you want to. You can dress up like a weirdo all you want to. But do I have to give you candy if you show up to my house?
If I show up to your house, I would expect candy, but that's because of our friendship and our working relationship. I think 14 should be a cutoff age. I do think it's somewhat arbitrary, but I would be a little creeped out if I showed up at my door dressed up as, let's say, Sasquatch or Shrek and demanded candy. I think to me it would be somewhat like The Strangers, the movie, showing up in real life. So I think about 14 would be good.
What do you do for Halloween after 14?
We used to have. And obviously, if any of your kids get arrested for this, please call me at ViseliLaw.com. But we would get in shaving cream fights, which I'm sure is very illegal. We would get in egg fights where we would hurl eggs at each other. And now with the price of eggs rising, probably not the best ammunition. And other such ballyhoo after the age of 14. So I am all for haunted houses. I'm all for scary movies. I am all for Halloween, but I just think that I think I'm just a little bit too old to trick or treat at this point in time.
Cecilia, think about that. Back in the day, our eggs and toilet paper were so readily available and cheap that we hurled them at our enemies.
I think that we should make it a goal to get back to that, to stabilize our economy enough
of minor vandalization. That's the goal that we need to get to.
Everyone must have dreams. If there's a will, there's a way.
Well, more fun to come here. Of course, Free Speech Friday is where we bring on the panel and bring them on to talk about a few different things. We've got a few subjects, of course, that are pretty serious we want to get into. And, of course, we're going to have our game. What Free Speech Friday will it be without a political game? So stick around. We've got more to discuss here on A Political Talk Show on WRMN with my good friends Cecilia. We've also got Mr. Andy Williams Jr., and we've got Jimmy Vaselli. Stick around, more to come.
Hi there, Tammy Scully here from Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. Join me and my sidekicks, Nancy and Becky, for valuable lifestyle tips and unique views and insights on interesting topics and everyday situations, providing nonstop fun and chuckles for all. Get the scoop on consumer news, deep dive on current events, and learn about the newest economic trends, from exercise and gardening to music, travel, recipes, sports, pets, real estate, media, and everything in between. And it's all sprinkled with a healthy helping of bad dad jokes and interesting fun facts to boot. Tune in Mondays through Thursdays from 2 to 4 p.m. for a little fun, frolic, and infotainment. Join us, won't you?
Looking for a seed buying experience that's more humanized? Ready to trade a company that's oversized for an independent brand that's right-sized? Searching for elite hybrids that have been optimized, tested in your geography, and localized? Did we run out of words that rhyme, so now we have to use metaphysicized? Maybe so. But if you answered yes to any of these questions, then it's probably time you get Wiffleized. Choose Wiffles hybrids this season, and let's get familiarized.
Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
To a political talk show here on WRMN. My name is Dennis Green. This is Free Speech Friday. Let me bring on the Free Speech Friday panel. That, of course, is Cecilia Brooks, Mr. Andy Williams Jr., and Jimmy Faselli. Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you for having us. It's good to be back.
So let's just get serious for just a little bit. You know, sometimes we do have to talk a little bit about the news, but I want to talk a little bit about the protests from kind of like a legal standpoint for everything. Public property, right? We're allowed to be on public property. What makes it public property? If we weren't allowed to be on it, it would be private property. So there's a lot of things back and forth with what is public, what is not, what is safety concern, what is obstruction. First thing I want to say, just to put it out there, just so that you know where I stand, I think all protests should be inconvenient. I think that makes it a protest as opposed to just people shouting. But let's talk about the legalities of it. So, blocking of driveways, a no-no. Blocking of pedestrians being able to go through the public side of it, also a no-no. But what are some of the things that we should be looking out and kind of almost policing ourselves with some things? Because it goes beyond just where we stand. There's a lot of times with protests where, okay, maybe there's some profanity. Maybe there is a noise ordinance. Maybe there is just obscenity in general for it. Where do we, or at least where do you, panel, stand with how to protest? Where is the boundaries? Where should the focus of the actions be, as opposed to maybe obstruction or maybe that gray area of legality? What is some, I guess what I'm asking, or what are some good protesting tips that we could kind of give some people out there that want to have their voices heard?
Number one, make it peaceful. I believe there are a few things I love on this planet more than a good protest. I really, because I do. I don't have to agree with what you're protesting, but the fact that you were able to protest, go you.
Fantastic.
Heck yeah, that's your right. But keep it peaceful, keep it respectful. You can do that while also making your voices heard.
So
That
now
can
respectful is, what am I supposed to say? Please, Secretary Nome, please let these people out. They don't, like, what do we
More
do?
so, I would say more so respectful of the space in which you are protesting,
Gotcha.
whether that's a neighborhood, right? You can absolutely make your voice heard, but if it's going to be at 12:30 in the morning or in the middle of the night, maybe don't use a bullhorn, you know? But I definitely think that you can make your voices heard and keep it peaceful while also being able to protest.
So you're saying no inconvenience at all other than just being there?
Yeah, well, and I would common sense. I get that that's not nearly
But I
as
don't want you
common.
to advocate for anything nefarious either. So that's the other side
Yeah.
too. Is
Yeah, I think there's everything in moderation, right? You can get your voices heard. If it's daytime, absolutely make it loud, but definitely don't hinder other citizens, other random citizens. I feel like that's just like a mutual respect.
Andy, if I have a message, I got to get out. It's bottled up inside. If I don't let it out, I don't say something. Where do I go? Do I get involved with a group? Do I go march down a street? Do I start a blog post to again age myself? So what do I do if I have a message that I feel so passionate about? I have to do something.
Well, there's different options that individuals can do, and I think for me, I like to take it to the courtroom and the boardroom. That's the way. With the minor thing, taking it to the ballot, to the voting booth. I think historically we've been marching and protesting and rallying, and is that what's going to happen for the rest of our life? And I've told my attorney one day, I don't want to die an abolitionist. So there's things that's just got to change, and at some point, our liberty and our rights should be protected. And part of the way to do that is that we, as the people, say, I'm going to protest. I'm going to elevate the way I protest, a different way. I don't want to do the same things that was going on 50 years ago, because obviously it's not working. We got to have a new thing. And my peaceful protest, I just want to sit at home, read a book, and chill, and not have to worry about somebody saying, "Hey, we got to do this." Hey, like, at what point do we just, create a more perfect union?
And then, I guess what you're advocating for is to protest in front of 5 people in the right room. It's still have that voice, still put it out there, but be in the room where it happens to kind of take something from Manuel.
Most definitely. I think there's a presumption all the way on both sides. They presume, well, you don't like this or you don't, and sometimes it's just a lack of understanding. And again, my message is we need to create a more perfect union.
Mr. Vaselli, ordinances. I want to just ask you real quick. Go ahead and say your piece.
No, please. I apologize.
Where do we find the balance of amendment rights and constitutional rights and city ordinances? Because a lot of times city ordinances might not necessarily be copacetic all the time.
No, agreed. And there's a lot of legal challenges about this, and there'll be more to come. I know an order came out today from the Illinois federal courts, the Northern District, about the fence in Broadview, for example. I've not had the opportunity to read the order, but I do know from just summary that the fence is required to come down. And we have to have a balance, right? There has to be a level of safety and protection, health, safety, welfare. And we talk about things such as time, place, and manner. And those things need to be respected. But I think you made an excellent point. If it's a protest, it has to be somewhat inconvenient. Like if it's just, okay, that's great, and everybody's passing around, lollipops and buying the world a Coke, no change is going to come from it. But I think Mr. Williams raises an excellent point, too, that some forms of protest should be ballot box, they should be board meetings, they should be county board meetings, and they should be lawsuits. And these things, you can't have so much that you're stopping ambulances or you're stopping fire trucks, you're stopping police trucks. You can't have that. Just can't have that. People can't die because of it. But it also has to be inconvenient so that people take notice of these things, or you're never going to get change.
So only mildly inconvenient, right?
Correct.
There's a fantastic song by Malvina Reynolds that I absolutely love as far as the protest type of songs. And she says in that same thing, it isn't nice to block up a hallway. It isn't nice to shout. It isn't nice to go to jail. It isn't nice to stage a sit-in. But if that is freedom's price, we don't mind. We don't mind is the way that she puts it. So I guess we're hitting a point in our nation where we're testing that free speech again. And don't think that this is a once in an American history type of thing that's going on right now. We constantly have our freedoms tested. They're constantly put to the test, and it's up to the Supreme Court and our legislators to all steward that freedom that's part of it. Mr. Williams, will you tell me a little bit about your campaign and how you will take that? I've got about 90 seconds for it.
So I affirm to keep the Constitution and protect the rights of the people. And that's what I think has been lacking. And so it's been lacking so much so it's just then got to where elected officials are violating their oath and they're assuming the role of being parental control as opposed to being servants. So as my role as the Attorney General, which is what I do now, is to be an advocate of the people for the people because I'm one of the people.
Well, thank you very much. That's a great way to put that because we are the people. That's what it needs to be done. Gettysburg Address put that really well, and thank you for reminding us of it. When we come back, we are going to continue just a little bit. I pulled a little bit of information here about the fence. So I've got a few things about that temporary restraining order by U.S. District Judge LaShonda Hunt was granted ordering ICE to dismantle and remove the fence by Tuesday night, I think is how they've got it. So stick around, more Apolitical Talk Show coming up after this. Don't forget, we've got the Hampshire Whippers game that's coming up this evening as well. More to come on WRMN.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Centos. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of two men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed. According to authorities, the incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m., then cloudy with a high near 64. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. And partly cloudy Saturday night with a low around 47. Currently, it is 64 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
to a political talk show. We need to make it just a club type of thing. What I'll do is once we get the other side of the world, we'll just make a political club, just like Gears does. Greater Area Republicans.
Greater Elgin Area Republicans. No, but you had it. 3 of 4.
So close.
3 out of 4.
Acronyms. I got too many of them. I got ICE. I got TRO. I got all of these things that are over here. Speaking of TRO, first off, let me welcome back in our Free Speech Friday panel. This is a political talk show, and it is Free Speech Friday. We've got Cecilia Brooks, we've got Andy Williams Jr., and we've got Jim Vasselli. Find all of them on the intranets. They're there. Trust me. That's how I looked them up. So we've got the fence in question. This is an 8-foot barrier that was placed by ICE around Broadview Processing Center on or near Beach Street, according to WTTW News. The local officials, the village of Broadview, its fire department, etc., they had a press conference just a couple of days ago about it, but they challenged the installation, arguing it was built without necessary permits on a public street under municipal jurisdiction. It blocks access for first responders, fire trucks, ambulances, etc. It may impede emergency services. It imposes risks on adjacent businesses and public safety by interfering with local rights of way. So in response, ICE and the supporting federal defendants asserted it installed the fence to protect federal agents and federal property and to prevent interference from protesters. U.S. District Judge LaShonda Hunt granted the temporary restraining order, ordering ICE to, quote, dismantle and remove the fence by a specific deadline. It looks like Tuesday night following the order, unless further court action interferes. So, or intervenes, sorry, they never interfere, they intervene. So let's bring on the resident lawyers and those of us here at the Brain Trust that love this political wonky stuff. But let's start with you, Jimmy, with this. First off, it sounds like it was asinine just to put the thing up anyway, or at least put it up, then go get your permits. At least they could have retroactively done it. Where does, what is it called? Sovereign domain. Where does sovereign domain come with this?
You know, I thought that when I saw the litigation, and I agree with the protests, agree with everything. I just want to say that the people in Broadview who are affected by this, I think no one wants that for them, right? You want to just go bring your kids to school. You want to make sure that your businesses run appropriately and everything like that. So what do they say? Thoughts and prayers. You know, you really want the best for the community. But I thought that this would hinge on sovereign immunity. And I thought that this case would be more decided on the fact that the federal government has a right and is not bound by the jurisdiction of lower bodies, that lower bodies, more subordinate bodies like municipal bodies. I have not read the order. So I think that that's what you were getting at with regards to those issues. These are, we talk about this a lot, these multi-jurisdictional legal issues where there's federal law, there's state law, and there's local law.
And Illinois is even worse for it, right?
Illinois is the most, we love our taxing districts. Like if you need a taxing district, come to Illinois. And if you need representation as a taxing district, call James Vasselli at Vasselli Law. But on a serious note, I did think that it might hinge on that. I've not read the order, but I also, you know, it's not a stellar, if the holding comes down to one of two things, I don't think it's that much far afield in so much that if it is, you can't get a fire truck or a safety truck through this area, people are going to die because of this. Yeah, take the fence down, right? Like that. Yeah. That's not a lot there. Number one. Number two, I agree with you. Only a lawyer can make a yes or no question into a paragraph, right? But I agree with you that it is go in and get your permits afterwards. Go at least apply, right? Like maybe I should be the Secretary of Homeland Security, but at least apply for the permits and come in there, go to the bathroom before you go to Broadview,
yes,
and come and try to get your permits and at least say we're making an application. And while it's pending, Your Honor, we think the status quo should remain.
Would that have stalled the TRO at that point? Would she not have put the TRO in if they were in the process?
So what I would have done, I mean, I'm I'm a brilliant lawyer, but I don't think that this is a tremendous amount of strategy. This is a Napoleonic strategy here. Like, go in and try to get the permits rolling and say, well, let's see. It's not a ripe conflict at this point in time because we have to see if they reject or approve the permits. I would have ran in that moment and applied for the permits and be like, we're waiting to hear back.
With you have it, like you can apply online.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In Broadview, I know a little bit about the village. They are a very well-run village, very good mayor, very well-run village, and they make everything very easy. So we'll see. I didn't read the order, but again, you asked me a yes or no question. I gave you about 3 paragraphs in an encyclopedia. I apologize for that.
That's
but,
okay.
Those were my takeaway from what you asked.
I don't think people realize I have 10 hours a week I have to fill. So yes, speak away. So Mr. Williams, let's ask you about this, but let's come out a little bit more. Instead of just all about the fence and all about where we can put the fence, can't put the fence, let's talk about where we can put freedom of speech and where we can't, because that's why the fence was put up to begin with. Do you think we should have these, what do they call them, free speech zones? The Madam Chair for King County did that last year, I believe. And now Kristi Noem is turning around and saying, well, maybe we should have a free speech zone. I would really like to ask some of the King County Republicans about that, but that's okay. They're not on my show. You are, sir. So what do you think about the free speech zone, where it's all put away, it's all set in that side where we can move emergency vehicles and we can have regular traffic that's coming on? Is that infringing on a right? Is that maybe a compromise? Where do you fall on this?
So just so I'm clear, you're talking about the ICE situation going on in Broadview.
Yeah, or just in general.
So in general, the same way. Free speech does not give you the right to infringe upon my rights. And I think so often we're so me, my rights, but you're not realizing that you're infringing upon somebody else's rights by arguing about your alleged rights, which I think we all have rights, but your right does not supersede my right. And because we don't teach these rights in school, we don't teach them in our home, we're moved with a bunch of emotional responses that are moved on feelings as instead of principles and morals and values, and you're asking somebody to make a conscious decision that does not have the necessary framework and ingredients to make that conscious decision.
So you're saying because of the lack of education, people don't necessarily have the respect for a protest, or even then you're wielding a thing that you don't necessarily know its full power.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly how I feel about that. And so then there comes a level of patience, but with how everything's moving so fast, how do you balance that out? And I'm always going to say, I'm cool with however we got to do whatever we're doing. I can turn the other cheek or turn a blind eye to it unless you are infringing upon my rights. And I have my rights, and I'm very well aware of what my rights are and where they come from. And so we see these things brewing, and in my personal opinion is we have broken people being elected into certain offices, so they're bringing that brokenness into this, and so it's no longer your oath that you're upholding your opinion, and that's where we're at today.
Andy brings up a good point, Cecilia, of education, right? Maybe if one of the ICE agents came down and said, hey, I appreciate your right to scream at me and say whatever you want to, but could you please at least let us move? Or is that just an olive branch too far? Or is it just people want this? There's a lot of animosity in our country right now. It almost seems like people want to protest with this. They want to light this match.
A population is much easier to control when they're divided.
That's very true.
And I don't ever think that any olive branch is too much. I actually think that would help a lot of things if we could somehow meet in the middle. And I don't believe that we are past that. I really don't. I don't think we're ever going to be past that. And I think that if we take a stand now, it would mean a lot. I'm sure, of course, if an ICE agent came down, there's going to be protesters that maybe are still going to be relentless. But I think that there would be a decent amount that would see, hey, this person is extending an olive branch, like maybe we can meet them in the middle, and it can be a mutual understanding and respect for each other. Like, yes, you have every right to protest. Can we try to find a way to collaborate and just let it be just that mutual respect and understanding between us? And maybe the protesters would respect them too for having enough integrity to be transparent and to be straightforward. And I don't ever think that we need to get past the point of communication.
Jimmy, in your profession, is it all about the one phrase? Is it all about the just one missing piece of knowledge to really put the whole picture together? Or do you really need somebody to walk you through every single thing like this? Or is there just an epiphany moment of like, oh, I didn't know Texas versus the United States in 1984? Or you know what I mean? Like,
I would like to say that there's always an epiphany moment, and I always have it, but it's not that way. It needs to be. I think it needs to be walked through. We say this, and I think you and I share this phrase a lot when we're on here. This is a very unique and evolving time, and the idea of a free speech zone. It's just, to me, it's almost like, well, let's just put somebody in a corner and not have them out there. And that, to me, is very problematic because the First Amendment is the most important amendment. If we cannot speak up for ourselves, if we cannot allow those things to go on and to be able to voice our opinions, we have nothing. The two most important things to me that come out of the Bill of Rights, the free exercise of religion, to be able to free speech, those first come from the proactive First Amendment rather than the reactive other amendments, such as the right to a jury trial, to be judged by our peers and not by a monolith, not by like a Kafka novel where they just say you where you're at. So to me, a free speech zone, it can become problematic because it turns into something where do you just put somebody, you got a postage stamp and then you're good? Like, that doesn't work for me. So,
but you have free speech as long as you use this list of approved words and as long as you do it over there.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, we've had time and time again, the Supreme Court has said that you have the freedom to burn a flag. We now have a president who has said we are going to remove that freedom of speech. Where do we, verbatim, by the way, too, what do we do about that? How do we protest freedom of speech without being called terrorists or anything else that's there? Where's this Rubicon that we're seeing, Cecilia?
Well, like I always advocate for, I am very much against rules for thee and not for me. If it's something that the Democrats did that we don't like, we can't just, as Republicans, as Democrats, we cannot just say, well, I don't like it when you're doing it, but now that I'm in charge, it's okay. It's not, no, it's not okay. I don't believe in double standards. And do I personally like that people burn the flag? No. But is that their right? Absolutely. And I do believe that because that is their right, it is not to be infringed upon, period. It does not matter who else is sitting in the Oval Office.
The freedom of speech is for physical speech. This right here, for the most part, things that come out of my mouth into the world. Being online is not freedom of speech. You are using the platform of somebody else. It's like if I went over to, I don't know, I went down to the Hems and just started saying whatever I want to. They can kick me out. I'm on their platform. I'm there saying stuff. So I think a lot of people confuse freedom of speech in the digital realm where it's easy. A couple clicks of the keyboard, boom, I'm a warrior. I'm fighting for freedom. A couple clicks, and then they get mad and then go, well, you shut us down. You canceled us. No. The company canceled you. The company that they kicked you off the stage. This is the actual government turning around and saying, no, you can't say that. Is there a difference in this, Andy? Is there something we should be more alarmed when a corporation turns around and says you can't say that thing? Okay. But when the United States comes in and says you can't say that thing, is this a massive red flag, or is this just something that all politicians say?
I don't know all politicians, but I remember Citizens United versus FEC. They said they have a First Amendment right, and then people was like, oh, that's so bad. I'm like, no, actually it's not bad, because then you can use your organizations to do the same thing that Citizens United just said. And I think we react so much instead of really understanding the benefit of what's happening. The other thing is, like, counsel here said we can use litigation. Again, I'm big on the very first thing that Congress ever passed was the Oath Act, and it's always being violated. I'm more focused on judges, judicial and prosecutorial misconduct, because those are the ones that we really should be looking to say, hey, here's what the our rights are. This whole litigation stuff, it's overbearing. It's like that's all we ever do. Want to run to the courtroom, and I talk about it, but I've litigated a lot, and that's not where I want to do. I think it's just too much, but we have to stand up and understand where our rights come from.
Should there be a rubber stamp for First Amendment? Nope. First Amendment, sorry, done. I mean, there's almost practically one now when you turn around with the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court. But even that has started to falter. Let's talk just a little bit about that, Jimmy, before we go to break over here. I'm going to try to say it again. I was lucky I got away with it first time. Jurisprudence, right?
Jurisprudence.
This is where we say, okay, this is how the law has just been established, right? So there's no reason to relitigate it. There's no reason to bring it back up and say, oh, you know what? Yeah, that corpse still smells bad. Let's put it back in the ground. Like, it's jurisprudence now has started to kind of shift with certain things. Has it been more of a modern side post Citizens United era type of judges, or is this just something that society is going to go through anyway?
I think it is something that society goes through anyway. What I think the changes in the socio-psychological, to use a really big, that's my quarter word for the day, Sonar.
I like it.
A real big word is people are used to activist, progressive judges. Activist, but they are not used to activist, conservative judges or conservative government. Usually it's more of a passive type of thing, but this is a more active conservative type of, I'm going to say the word regime. I don't mean, it's a charged word. I don't mean it that way, but administration.
There you go.
And I think that is something that makes people a little bit more uncomfortable than a more progressive and proactive. And I just think that's shocking to people in a little bit. Listen, it's America. It's the great experiment, okay? And whatever it is, we're going to be okay. Like, we're going to be okay. This is America. It's the greatest country ever, and it's the greatest experiment we ever done as a society, and it's going to go through. We're having some, like, I would say growing pains, yes. But let's say middle-aged pains. Like, I my age, I wake up and I'm sore. So we're sore this week. I'm not making light of all this, but we're going to make it through. We need to remember that we're going to make it through, and we are all Americans together. And to me, that's very, very important.
That's a great message there. 250 years, right? Oh, your bell's over here. Here you go. There you go.
Thank you.
250 years. This is, for some nations, the edge of the experiment. Can we make it, Cecilia?
We absolutely can make it. But to Jimmy's point, we definitely are all American at the end of the day. And we also, I would say, the majority of Americans, I get that there are extremes on both sides, and all of that needs to be called out. 1,000%. But I also believe the majority of Americans are actually pretty moderate and somewhere in the middle. I really do believe that. And if we focus on the priorities, like, for example, making our American economy strong again and keeping our taxes low and really just staying out of each other's business, things like that. There's a lot of more bipartisan issues than the extremes on both sides. And I think that if we encourage our legislators to act on our priorities based on making those real tangible differences in our communities, then us as Americans and the country itself would be a much better off society. And I don't believe we are past that. I really don't.
Andy, policies over people, or are we just going to keep going cult of personality, or do we need to go back to the foundation?
Well, the people have the power. And when we really realize that we have the power, we created government. It's like the created is overtaking the creators, and we need to reverse that.
It's true. The social contract is what we are experiencing right now, right? Us, the governed, say, okay, as long as you do an okay job, D+, We won't do really any kind of things, but that's the social contract at the end of the day. We look, the same kind of thing, more of us than them and all of that other stuff. And I think that's where organization and kind of unity come, whether you unify under a club or you unify under a party. What we really need to start looking at is going back to unifying under the nation.
Yes.
Unify under being an American, right? Like, by all means, there are hundreds of minority groups that we all live in, right? Whether you're a redhead or whether you are a member of a certain club, like even then, you're a member of Knights of Columbus, that's a minority group. You are disabled, that's a minority group. You're a man, that's actually women, 51%, I think, here in the United States. So that's what I mean, is we need to stop looking at how we are all different and go back to, yeah, I have my differences. They're super fun, and I appreciate you coming into them. But let's go back to how we are together. We all live in Illinois. We're all in this room. We all live in the United States. We all believe that the Constitution is what needs to govern what we have here. That's why we live in a republic. We say, look, the Constitution and the way it's put together and these laws, cool. That's what I'm okay with. So I'm going to live here in this republic with you guys. That's where I think we need to take everything back to. And I'm not saying to the center. I'm not saying take it back. I need to pull the right left and I need to pull the left right and all of that. Have your beliefs, have whatever club or belief or thing that you've got, as long as we take it back to the foundation of what this nation was. So, with that rabble-rousing speech that we've all put into, really appreciate, this is why I love Free Speech Friday. Ooh, man, my political juice is going. So we've got some more Free Speech Friday coming around here on A Political Talk Show. It is the top of the hour, so we are going to have top of the hour news. When we come back, I've got a couple little, silly news things, here or there. We'll talk about a couple of them with the Free Speech Friday panel. Stick around. We also have our Free Speech Friday game. I think what we're going to do is maybe some laws, since we've got the prospective state's attorney and we've got a councilman here as well. Thank you very much all for being here with us. A Political Talk Show will be right back after this.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Centos. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of 2 men who went overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed. According to authorities, the incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is Elgin 100 years ago, October 10th. Styling the proposed order of Health Commissioner Herman Bunderson of Chicago, under which only milk from tested herds would be admitted in Chicago, an ultimatum from upwards of 1,000 northern Illinois dairy farmers was prepared at their meeting in Elgin this afternoon to vote unanimously against the compulsory test of their herds. Farmers point out that they are being told to either have their herds tested or lose the Chicago market. They take the stand that submission to the order would also result in the loss of the market because they would literally be put out of business. If we submit to the test, it will mean financial ruin for a majority of the farmers, said Dan Gilly of Elgin, formerly one of the leaders in the Milk Producers Association. Let's play a waiting game was the argument of Mr. W.H. Wilbur.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, isolated rain showers before 4 p.m., then cloudy with a high near 64. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66. And partly cloudy Saturday night with a low around 47. Currently, it is 64 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Before the weather gets too cold, it's time to finish up those outdoor jobs. That's why ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and to the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms to apply.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. It is the best day of the week to listen to A Political Talk Show. And of course, that's today, not just like Friday, but like the best day of the week to listen to A Political Talk Show is today, is what I mean. I'm going to put it on a bumper sticker, but I can't find a bumper sticker large enough. So, thanks for listening. A Political Talk Show is on WRMN Monday through Friday, 4 to 6. That's when we do it. We also podcast a few episodes here or there, mostly when I don't talk about the current news, when we do more of an in-depth dive. What did we talk about this week? We've talked about the AI singularity. We've also talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but putting it through a political lens. Maybe that's why everybody's so angry. Maybe they just need a hug. Or as Bob Marley says, even when we put it into the podcast, a hungry man is an angry man. What are you hungry for? So we looked at the, I guess, the nutrition chart of, or the nutritional pyramid of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It was a pretty cool one. It's going to go into our evergreens as we cycle things around too. So let me introduce some of my friends that are over here today. It is the top of the hour, a new hour. So therefore, I got to make sure you know who we are talking to today. Let's first go with our newest friend over here in the show. That, of course, is Andy Williams Jr., is a justice reform advocate and 2026 candidate for the Illinois Attorney General, known as the jailhouse turned street lawyer. Williams brings lived experience as a formerly incarcerated individual turned legal and political activist. You can find him on Instagram at Andy_Williams Jr. He has been quoted as saying, "I'm running for Attorney General of Illinois, the first formerly incarcerated jailhouse turned street lawyer in history to do this." Thank you, Andy, for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
We've also got a recurring guest here on the panel. That, of course, is Jimmy Vaselli. James M. Vaselli is the founding partner of Vaselli Law, LLC, where he specializes in municipal law, real estate development, public finance, regulatory compliance. With over 20 years of legal experience, he has represented, not a double D, numerous municipalities across northern Illinois, advising on zoning, tax increment financing, and law use of land. Find him at jmvchicagolaw.com. Jimmy, what is tax increment financing?
That's an excellent question. Excellent question, my friend. So a tax increment financing is established through the municipal code, and it is a vehicle by which developments are incentivized and public projects are incentivized by capturing the increase of tax growth and applying that to either infrastructure needs, other taxing bodies' needs, and or developers. So if you think of it, there's some really bad radio, but if you think of it as an angle going up and a baseline on the bottom, that middle part, that triangle, is where the TIF, the tax increment financing, comes through. The city of Chicago is very liberal with its TIF, and we try to be creative, but within the realms of reason. and what we believe the spirit of the law is. Very dangerous thing lawyers say when they talk about the spirit of the law, but we try to keep it so that you don't hurt the schools, you don't hurt the libraries, you don't hurt the park districts, but you still reward or incentivize. I shouldn't say reward, bad word. We induce or incentivize people to take risks on public and private projects.
That's the number one way to incentivize people by the government. Either hit them in their wallet or put them in jail. But it's great to do that. You've seen a few of these around your area. Schaumburg just did a massive project that was over there. We've also got Naperville is also looking at beautifying its downtown. So many different areas that are coming up because back to that TIF that's in there. And the third amigo over here, or should I say amiga, that is Cecilia Ivana Brooks, is the 2025 candidate for Elgin City Council at large still. We'll see what she does here in the other ones. A first-generation American deeply rooted in her community. She identifies as grassroots conservative, youth advocate, and devout Catholic. Brooks previously served as secretary for Kane County for the Young Republicans, and her campaign focused on youth empowerment, safety, and restoring community trust in local governance through bold, values-driven leadership. Is it easy to install trust with the community and government back and forth? Is it just, no, it's not easy? Are you sure? No, I'm just
all in a day's work, right? No, it is not easy at all, but it is absolutely necessary.
Seems like a lot of spinning plates for all of the people we have here, and I appreciate you all giving us your time. So let's go a little bit into some of these ridiculous things that are happening around the world. I don't know if you've known this or not, but the French post office rolls out a new croissant-scented stamp. That's right, scented stamps designed to celebrate artisan croissants hit letterboxes across France on Wednesday, honoring the world-famous delicacy. First thing I'd like to ask you all is, what scent would you like a stamp to have?
Ooh.
If you had a scratch and sniff thing, you were I guess you could put scratch and sniff stickers on your letter anyway, but like it's so much better for the stamp, right?
It's a 2-in-1.
Yeah.
Is this limited to consumable, like scents?
Any scent. If you can smell it, they can make a stamp out of it.
Ooh.
Andy, you got one?
Frankincense and myrrh.
Ooh,
yeah,
spicy.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one. Not patchouli, though.
Call me a tree because I'm stumped. Back to you, Mr. Vaselli.
Mr. Vaselli, what do you got?
I am going to go with... how about vanilla ice cream?
Vanilla ice cream. That's a great choice.
Thank you.
That's it, with that vanilla side. And ice cream in particular, too. It's not just the vanilla smell.
Right.
It's there.
Final decision, Chanel number 5. It never goes out of style.
My goodness.
Timeless, classy.
You're just rubbing stamps all over. let me just get...
I just ran out. I just have a late night.
I gotta just put in some stamps, hide some stamps in here. Okay, that's fantastic, guys. I'm not sure what I would do. I love oranges. Oranges are fantastic. Probably my favorite flavor too. So maybe that smell. Citrus all day.
Like a warm orange, like a chai tea orange, or
do you know those chocolate oranges? I think that might be the way to go.
So best of both worlds.
Yeah,
like a savory sweet.
That's in there. So,
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How do you feel about the orange soda from McDonald's?
Orange soda, like the Fanta soda?
No, that comes out of the fountain. The orange soda. Yeah.
No, all day.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I go over even then. Grape is fantastic too.
Grape is severely underrated.
Right? See, it's a sleeper. It'll get you.
Cherry vanilla Coke.
Taco Bell has this new Baja. It's called Midnight Baja. It is grape. It's grape Baja. Yeah,
I haven't
just
had
letting you know.
Yet.
Letting you know, as a Taco Bell connoisseur, and by that I mean I only get the same 3 things, but it's
okay.
Fantastic.
Hold on, and I'm sorry. I know.
Okay.
What are the three things? You have to know what the three things are.
Right, you can't just say that.
This is the only time that this will be public. This is it.
Who's listening?
Heard that first here, listeners.
Because if I let this out, Taco Bell will adjust their app, and I won't be able to do it anymore. So this is the one time. Everybody, record it, do whatever you got to do. Just don't tell Taco Bell. On the app, if you get the quesadilla, you get like a quesadilla and like a taco and a drink, right? That's it. Pretty lame. If you get the make your own box and add chicken to your cheese quesadilla, you get the chicken quesadilla, a 5-layer burrito, and a drink and the side, whether it's the potatoes or everything, cheaper than the quesadilla by itself. That's it. That was the only time you're going to get it. That's it. So mum's the word. Mum's the word. So that's it. That's great. Nobody said pumpkin spice, right? This is the time of the year, right? You throw pumpkin spice in there. Police in Ohio shared body cam footage of a pursuit of a giant inflatable pumpkin that broke free from the front of a local home and rolled through town.
Let him live. Let it live.
Was it the Great Pumpkin?
Hopefully.
Question.
That was it. This was actually yesterday. Police in Ohio shared body cam footage of that pursuit. Parma Heights Police Department said on social media that officers found themselves, quote, in hot pursuit of a giant inflatable pumpkin, unquote, rolling through town in the early hours of Wednesday. Officers explained that he had been chasing the pumpkin down the road. Let me see if I can pull up some of those pictures for us here to show everybody. I'm the guy who designed it, but they keep changing it on me. So here we go. Screen this one. Give me just a second as I hum through my
Plot twist, guys. Right? We're the pumpkins.
We're the pumpkins. That's right. This is it here. So big old giant pumpkin. Look at
that's huge.
Dog for scale. It looks like
house for scale.
That is big. That looks like easily a story and a half, if not two. It definitely touches that attic.
Look at that. What's that called? The leaf? The stem?
Yeah, the stem. It's huge. And whatever they got going on, oh, that's a tree. So we've got the police department had to deflate it, and that is it inside of the back there. Notice it's still lit up.
Did they read it its Miranda rights?
We have seized the runaway pumpkin. So that is some of the silly news that we've got going on over here. We're going to do one more serious side, and then we will get to our game. No, in fact, I think Mr. Vaselli is checking out here, so we will up our game and bring that to the front. When we come back, we've got the Free Speech Friday game. Yay!
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. We're just going to go through and maybe play our game for a little bit. I am going to give you all just a few things here or there. I'm going to give you two laws. You are going to tell me if this is a real law or a fake one. Or you can tell me which one is the fake one. Give me just a moment while I pull it up over here. Mr. Williams, will you tell me just a little bit about your campaign while I pull this up over here? I'm sorry? What are some of your policies that you would like to enact here if you get elected?
No policies am I trying to enact. I'm trying to repeal and eliminate a lot of these unconstitutional pieces of legislation that infringe upon our rights.
Is it back to not going back to the center, but back to the foundations, right?
100%. There's too many policies that I think that are, legislation for me is under the color of law. It's not law. It just has an appearance. And many of these pieces of legislation that have been passed infringe upon the people's rights in one way or another. And it takes us back to the republic, to a limited government, getting rid of these administrative agencies, but not, you don't have to do it forcefully. You just uphold the Constitution, affirm your oath and things like that, and then we'd have a limited government.
Yeah, I believe absolutely that our government would be a lot better if we actually just followed all the rules that were already written.
Right.
I think, why make a new one? Why don't we just... Aren't the ones, Jimmy, aren't the ones we have right now good enough? Why do we got to keep making more? Why don't we just get rid of some of them?
I agree. Just enforce the laws, follow your rules, and try to be a good person, right?
Absolutely. That is at least how morality, or at least the Enlightenment period that our founding fathers came from, at least did it. But at what point do you merge over into libertarian territory as opposed to Republican side of things?
Again, I really feel the Constitution puts the limit on government, and it's not being upheld. It's been the way so long that we think this is the way it is, and it's not the way it is. It's not written that way. So it's like you have not been taught what to do. You've just followed what you've seen everybody else do. And so now it's just tyranny. It's out of order, Yeah. Somebody's a prosecutor one day and then you're a judge the next day, but you have no experience in this. So there's nothing that's shifting. There's no There's nothing. And I just feel like this is, just using that as an example, but it's out of whack. It's out of whack.
It absolutely is. I agree with you. I think we need to go back to the foundations. I think more people need to, let me show off for a second, but more people need to carry this this book around with them, not just carry, but read it a little bit more.
And apply it.
Yeah, right.
Apply it, though. We could read all day long. We can read the scriptures. We can read the Constitution. We can read a romance novel. But until you actually apply what you read, that's where you see the change.
That's where I went wrong in dating. So here we go. Let's play our game a little bit. I'm going to give you 2 laws. You are going to tell me if that is which one is the real one and which one is the fake one. First off, we're going to go to Alabama. Is it one or the other? I'll give you both of them. It is illegal to wear a fake mustache in church if it causes laughter, or it is unlawful to wear a novelty hat in court if it provokes audible mirth. That must be a legal term. Mirth, audible mirth. Is that what happens in court sometimes?
Mirth and merriment.
Yeah. Which one, panel? Which one do we have? We have Dino DeLaley sitting over here too, operations manager of WRMN and part of the. Let's see here. Let's go through the.
Let's not go. Let me answer the goddamn question. I say it's a law because they had them silly laws back then that when you went to an intersection, you had to shoot a shotgun.
Which one's the silly law? Is wearing a fake mustache in church if it causes laughter, or no hats in court if it provokes audible mirth?
I would say because of disruptions back then, I don't know what year that was written. I would say it's an old law. I would go with the one with the court. Is probably on the books.
Court or church? Which one?
Court.
I'll go church.
Church is it. It is illegal to wear a fake mustache in church if it causes laughter in Alabama. Stay away. Don't wear those fake mustaches. They didn't say anything about real mustaches.
But they did say if it caused laughter. And there's no laughing in church.
Here we go in Arizona. Is it illegal? Or I'm sorry, I'll give you the laws here. In Arizona, donkeys may not sleep in bathtubs, or goats may not be permitted to nap in sinks. This is a tough one here.
Goats can't
nap
in sinks.
So we got donkeys may not sleep in bathtubs, or goats may not be permitted to nap in sinks.
I'm going with the goats.
Goats. We've got goats can't be in sinks.
I've been an ass my whole life. I'll go with donkey.
Donkeys in bathtubs.
I agree with Dean, and for the same reason.
That's right.
Thanks a lot, John. Yeah.
That's right. Donkeys may not sleep in bathtubs in Arizona. Yeah, can't do that. Don't put your donkey to sleep in a bathtub. I don't know.
Your ass where it belongs.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to talk about washing anything in tubs or anything.
Didn't say that about that.
Here we go. Let's go to Berkeley. That's in California for those of you that, I don't know, may not know where Berkeley is. Is it illegal? I'm sorry. I wish I formatted these a little better. It is illegal to whistleblow for a lost canary before 7 a.m. in Berkeley, or it is permitted to clap for a missing parrot in Berkeley prior to 7 a.m. Let me give them to you again because I am terrible at delivery sometimes. Here we go. Which one is real and which one is fake? From California, Berkeley. It is illegal to whistle for a lost canary before 7 a.m., or it is prohibited to clap for a missing parrot prior to 7 a.m.
I'll say the whistle.
The whistling? Whistling before 7 a.m. It is illegal to do so if you lost a canary. That's what he says.
I'm going to go with the whistle.
Whistling canary.
I'll make good radio. I'll go for the parrot.
It is the canary. It is illegal to whistle for a canary before 7 a.m. in Berkeley. Yeah. Clapping for a parrot. How do you get that back?
How do you get the clap? What'd you say?
Get the
I didn't hear what you said.
Clapping for parents.
Oh, clapping for parents.
That's a whole different conversation.
Another subtle.
The morning show conversation.
Exactly. Connecticut, here we go. Let's give you one more before we get out of here. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Faselli. I really appreciate that. We've got in Connecticut, a pickle is not illegal. See, I'm going to do it every time. I don't know why I mess it up so much.
Them for you.
Yeah, right? A pickle is not legally a pickle unless it bounces, or a corn dog shall not be advertised as a corn dog unless it exhibits the customary stick-borne rigidity. This is Connecticut.
Corn dog.
Corn dogs have to have a stick, or pickles have to bounce.
Because you said Connecticut?
Connecticut, yes.
They all got a stick kind of stuck up there.
We were just talking about Berkeley in California.
Well, Connecticut, you know.
I'm going with the corn dog.
The corn dog? A corn dog shall not be advertised as a corn dog unless it exhibits the customary stick-borne rigidity.
I'll go out with a win. Pickle.
Pickle. A pickle is not legally a pickle unless it bounces. That is correct.
What?
A pickle is not legally a pickle in Connecticut unless it bounces.
Bounces where? You dropping pickles and putting them in the jar? What is this?
I take them out and throw them on the ground.
A corn dog has a right not to have a stick. I think that's an important right that every corn dog in Connecticut should have. So
boneless corn dogs.
Yeah, boneless corn dogs.
Pigs in the blanket.
That's right. Hey, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Jimmy Vaselli. Where can people find you out in the world?
In Elgin, in Oakbrook, or at jmvchicagolaw.com. Please call if you have any legal issues.
That's it, jmvchicago.com. That is Jimmy Vaselli. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, and we hope to see you again on the next one.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having
Jimmy.
me.
Take care.
We're taking a quick break. We're going to bring Cecilia Brooks back into the fold over here, and we'll continue a little bit of our game and see where everybody else sits. You're listening to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Centos. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday evening, according to authorities. The body was recovered at around 4 p.m. Tuesday. The identity of the person has not yet been released. The recovery of the body comes after nearly a full day of searching for a missing boater on Fox Lake. Emergency crews initially responded to Fox Lake at around 5:30 p.m. for a report of two men who went overboard overboard after their boat took a turn at too fast of a speed, according to authorities. The incident happened near Captain's Quarters on North Bolton Place in Antioch. A man was critically injured when he was hit by a car while riding his bike in McHenry County Tuesday evening. The Cary Fire Protection District was called to the collision in the 6500 block of Silver Lake Road in unincorporated McHenry County at around 5:45 p.m. Tuesday and found the bicyclist lying in the roadway. The man sustained critical injuries and a medical helicopter was called to the scene to transport the man to Advocate Condell Medical Center in Libertyville. The driver of the sedan was not injured in the crash. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 44. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 66, with temperatures falling to around 62 in the afternoon. Looking ahead to Sunday, sunny with a high near 70, and partly cloudy Sunday night with a low around 50. Currently, it is 63 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. We got an extended day today. We're going all the way to 6:30 is when we're going for us, because we've got that Hampshire Whippers game. That Hampshire Whippers game, the pregame is going to start at about 6:35, I believe, if everybody's playing at home. Then what we're going to end up doing is we'll have that full one starting at 7. Thank you for being here. There's a lot of different ways for you to do that. I appreciate you choosing one of them, whether it's the replay over on YouTube, the live stream over on YouTube, listening on 1410, or heading on over to WRMN1410.com. I appreciate you over there too. The TuneIn app, maybe you are listening through a smart speaker. Maybe you have your phone open. A whole bunch of different ways to get it done, but I appreciate you being there. I've got a few guests with me today as well. Let me just introduce them. We've got Cecilia Brooks. She was a candidate for Elgin City Council, still candidate at large, I'm sure. We're all candidates at large, right? A first-generation American deeply rooted in her community. Her campaign focused on youth empowerment, safety, and restoring community trust in local governance through bold, values-driven leadership. Find her on Instagram at Cecilia Brooks, spelled the way that you would say it. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We've also got over there, oh wait, let's see if we can get this on the screen. There she is.
I'm honored.
So let's also get our new friend over here. That, of course, is Andy Williams Jr. Thank you very much for being here, sir. Really appreciate that. He is running for Illinois Attorney General, known as the jailhouse turned street lawyer. Williams brings lived experience and formerly incarcerated individual turned legal and political activist. His platform emphasizes government accountability, protecting civil liberties, and ending systemic misconduct. Let's talk a little bit about that. We've got a game in the wings. We can always jump into that as well. But let's just talk about that in general. Let's talk about civic misconduct, or let's talk about, let's start with protecting civil liberties. Let's go from that first. So we don't necessarily need to look at it from the federal side coming down. We can all see that. We can see what's happening here. I want you to talk a little bit about the nuance between the Illinois state itself and that civil liberties. We always like to default back to the national constitution, right? Is American Constitution, people like me, we carry that guy around. But who carries around the Illinois Constitution? Right. So what are we missing in the Illinois Constitution that we should be paying attention to right now?
So it depends on, who we're talking to, who we're in front of. Article 1, Section 3 is religious freedom. Very powerful, specifically when we're dealing with homeschooling. It's religious freedom. The Amish sued under that and prevailed. So that's the model. Okay, so you don't get to tell me how to raise my children, so that's one thing. Then there's a big thing going on in Illinois about the right to bear arms. I'm more focused on the formerly incarcerated right to bear arms. That's Article 1, Section 22. That says the people have the right to bear arms subject to police power. But what does that mean by police power? Well, that means if the police come into your house to arrest you or something, you can't get into no duel with them. It doesn't mean that their statutes mean that they can come infringe upon your right to bear arms.
Is that where the interpretation of the law is really where everything boils down to? Because, we've got somebody who enforces it in the executive side. We got somebody who makes it up. But the person who's supposed to be, translating it needs to then tell the person who is enforcing it and tell the person who makes it. Is there a missing feedback loop in some of this?
I think it's the education part.
Okay.
Because the Constitution was written by the people, for the people, because we are the people. Look at the preamble. It says, we the people thankful to Almighty God. This is the people who wrote this. We didn't write it where we couldn't understand it. So either those that are elected are not understanding it, or you're choosing to not follow it because there's no accountability, which is why I'm so big on accountability for those that violate their oath. You know, you got the right to due process. Well, what does that mean? It means a fair trial. You got the right to a jury trial. It's all of these things that are written into the Constitution. You go to Article 5. It discusses the role of elected officials, the 5 top branches. You know, it gives you what the job description is. I think it's Article 13 or Section 13. It talks about the oath once you uphold the oath. And most people don't understand or don't know, but in the 1970 Constitution, immunity was abolished in Illinois. There's a reason why, because the people said, no, we don't want this. And, you know, a lot of times people say, well, you know, somebody should not have the right to bear arms if they've been to jail for a murder or a violent crime. Well, I'm probably going to be the one that argues and says they might need one more than anybody else, because what if somebody comes and retaliate? I'm not saying, well, that's twofold, because if you go to the correctional facility, you should be corrected. And if they let somebody out that's not corrected, then the state has created a danger that puts we the people on the hook.
How much of this is not necessarily I guess the way I'm trying to put this is and the police decided to distract me at the right moment. But how much of this is people just not waiting to go through the proper channels to enact what they want to get done? Like when somebody gets appointed, somebody gets elected, they come in with their own set of what I want to do, right? Mm-hmm. And how I'm going to create government in my image, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want to aggrandize people who are elected. I've never held a position, but what I'm saying is how much of this is cutting corners and not going through the proper procedures. But at the end of the day, if you don't like something, legislate it. Turn around and put it through Congress. Make sure it goes through. You don't like something in the Constitution? The Constitution has a way for you to change the thing that's in there. How much of this is just either the party or the person or society not willing to wait, not willing to actually focus on it? Cecilia, you've got a quick nodding head about this. Go ahead and answer that question.
Well, I think I would highly encourage people, right, to advocate for yourselves, to advocate, as Mr. Williams says, for your rights, and also to be holding our elected officials accountable. That is one of the things that, again, that is a bipartisan issue, is that we have elected officials that we trusted to serve the interests of the people. They are our public servants for a reason. That's why they're called that. But I see far too often that these public servants that we've so duly entrusted and put our faith into are failing to uphold their duties of advocating for the rights of the citizens. So then it falls back on us. Would
it end up being too much of a growing pain if we turned around and just impeached everybody who broke their oath? Because we see it almost every single day.
No.
If we turned around and was just like, okay, or would people, after like the first 4, we would be like, okay, people are starting to take their oath a bit more seriously now. But at a certain point, we have to have somebody who enforces something. Otherwise, what good is the oath, right? Well, God will judge you. Okay, well, we'll see.
That's the role of the Attorney General, to be the chief legal officer. And that is, I've sued judges, I've sued prosecutors, I've sued mayors, sheriffs. This is what I do. But I want to go back to something you said earlier, is that we the people have the power. And the way you amend the Constitution is the people take it to the legislators. And then if it passed the muster, then it goes on to the ballot. And then we, the people, vote upon that. And that's how the Constitution gets amended, because the people create the laws, not the legislators.
You're going right back to Rousseau's social contract at that point. We obviously, the only reason we use paper money, the only reason that we drive on the right side of the road, the only reason that, now other than morality or whatever, but the only reason we don't commit crimes is because there is a government that's there. And it's because we all accept the rule of that government. At a certain point, this is where revolution happens. And the Declaration of Independence itself is that tipping point of where King George was oppressing. King George was not following the precedent or even the jurisprudence or even the tradition of anything that was over there. Half of the Declaration of Independence is a list of grievances. The other half is a Dear John letter to the entire world saying, hey, we're breaking up with this guy. This is why. So in that side of it, you're absolutely right that the people are here. What do the people need to do to right the ship right now?
I think we need to repeat history and declare our independence from this tyrannical government. And it really says it in the Declaration of Independence that, when the government, as I like to say, gets too big for their britches, we the people not only have a right, but it's our duty to alter, abolish, and form a new government. And that is what I believe we need to do. But it needs to be somebody that represents that's saying, listen, yes, I'm a radical Republican as an abolitionist, but the office of the Attorney General is a nonpartisan office. But so should every elected official, because if you honor your oath, I wouldn't care which political party that you're a part of.
Because you're following the law.
Correct. And you're representing constituents that you can relate to. But if we really go to the whole thing to create a more perfect union, you being Democrat and me being Republican has no bearing on us representing the people by serving them. That's really what it is.
Yeah, once you're in, you should just strip it off, right? You don't need the R or the D next to you.
Specifically for prosecutors and judges.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
Because it gets to that point where it is a club. It is a, hey, you help me, I help you. We got through it. Is it, Cecilia, is it a club because it is gatekeep so much? Is for me to get past the tollway, I have to give my pound of flesh to the next person so that I can get next and get next and get next. Before I know, I'm another shill of myself that owes all these people behind me. Is that the reason that we're this? That the party takes its piece too?
I think that it is unfortunately perceived that way. But I don't believe that it has to be that way.
Okay.
So we've all heard that politics is a game, right? I have heard that plenty of times, but my rebuttal is always you can play the game without being a part of it, becoming a part of it. You can play the game. You can still hold true to your values, but we more often than not see what you are explaining, the people who are so hopeful running on A, B, and C, then they get into office and we are left with people that are completely unrecognizable than the candidates that we voted for. But it doesn't have to be that way. It is going to take a certain amount of people, though, to be willing to stand up and say, I believe this and I'm going to stand by that. I believe in leading by example, right? And I know that it can be done, but it does take courage and it does take strength and integrity, which unfortunately, I do believe that the majority of our elected officials right now are severely lacking.
As civic-minded people, what does I don't know, I don't want to say the perfect citizen, or what are our responsibilities as a citizen? Let's just take it from that point. We are citizens. We're not perfect. We're not whatever. But what should we be doing? Taking out the garbage on Wednesdays?
I like to call us the people because the Constitution calls us we the people. And I think what we the people should be doing is knowing the difference between our private rights and the privileges that come from the government. And
like driving is a privilege.
It's a right. You have the right to travel.
Travel, sure, but not in a car.
But when we talk about driving, that's commercial. That's the taxi cab, the limo driver. And the reason why they are regulated because they use the roadway for commerce. So they're not as more susceptible to safety as me going to the grocery store, me going to the job, going to the school. But again,
in practice, yeah.
But that now we're going back to common law. And we're not in common law. We're in administrative. We're into these public policies. And I just feel we have not been taught that. I learned it because of my own lived experience. So I was thrown into this, and I'm like, you know what? This is all, something's not right here. I got charged $400 because I didn't use my turn signal 100 feet. Where was the injured party in there? Where is the standing? I thought I was one of the we the people. So how is the plaintiff the people of the state of Illinois, and I'm one of the
You're
people?
one of them.
Am I? What is this that we're doing?
Because it's not about correcting, unless the fine is twofold, right? The fine is obviously a monetary incentive, but also the fine is supposed to be a shame on you. Don't do that anymore.
I wish.
And the issue is, again, I say the exact same thing. If the punishment for the crime is a fine, it is only a crime for the poor. That's it. Now, do I want to be thrown in jail because I didn't use my turn signal for whatever? No. But I should be stopped, and I should be reminded that I need to be using my turn signal.
That's if you actually did not use your turn signal and an accident happened. Because when you look at where and I FOIA this stuff, so I'm not making up. When you look at you didn't come to a complete stop, you didn't use your turn signal 100 feet, it is in predominantly opportunity zones. People call them marginalized communities. I call them opportunity zones because it's an opportunity that we can generate revenue.
Yeah.
That you're not doing it for public safety.
No, I absolutely agree with you on that one too, because they put police in zones that have high crime rates, and there are high crime rates because there are observers observing crimes in an area.
Correct.
There are more observers over there, so therefore you're going to get a higher rate.
Which leads to a lot of wrongful convictions, primarily in Cook County, and then that hurts the state when these wrongful convictions happen, because then they sue, and now you're paying millions of dollars. So why don't we correct the root of the problem?
So you argue that if the infraction doesn't have an injured party, then there really isn't an infraction at all. So if I go up to a stop sign and there's nobody around and I just go through the stop sign, I didn't injure anybody.
Correct. But if I see you do that, again, as the brother alluded to, I want to stop you and ask you what's going on, because there might be another reason. And sometimes we just immediately, I'm going to penalize you. I'm going to punish you. Whoa.
When you could need help.
I ran through the stop sign because I did not pay attention, because my mind is thinking about whatever, and I'm sorry. But that's not what happens in all of the cases. You ran the stop sign. What would you go in your car?
Probable cause, and then
you made up a whole bunch of other stuff, which shows that the purpose of the stop was not about public safety, but was a pretextual stop to look for something else, which, again, some of the things that you're looking for is already somebody's right, and you're just doing some policy. And that goes back to what I feel to restore the republic, because just because you created some legislation does not mean it's law. It's repugnant to the Constitution. It's void. The rights of the people are being infringed, and it's like nobody is stepping up with the real solution, which is just to uphold your oath.
Uphold the oath of elected officials, and that self-accountability while we help each other be accountable too, right? That's why we are here in this republic for it. I really appreciate your thoughts on that. We're going to come back. We've got some more Apolitical Talk Show coming up after this. Stick around. It's going to be a constitutional thing. This is Apolitical Talk Show here on WRMN. I appreciate you coming in, Andy, for being here. That's Andy Williams. Find him on Instagram at Andy_Williams Jr. And, of course, Cecilia Brooks, our favorite friend over here, also on Instagram. Cecilia Brooks is where it's at. Thank you all very much. We'll see you right after the top of the hour.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation compensation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley. This update brought to you by Centos. Aurora Mayor John Leish is hoping to create more transparency within the city government with a new ordinance that would put a cap on campaign donations from businesses with city contracts. The proposed ordinance looks to limit donations to $500 from entities doing or hoping to do business in Aurora, require economic interest disclosures, and set limits on how city property can be used for political reasons. The Rules, Administration, and Procedures Committee is set to discuss the proposed ordinance on October 14th. A small number of National Guard troops from Texas has started protecting federal property in the Chicago area and assisting law enforcement in Memphis. An element of 200 Texas Guard troops were working in the Chicago area Wednesday. They are in the city to protect ICE buildings and other federal facilities and law enforcement personnel. Emergency crews recovered a body believed to be the man who was thrown from a boat on Fox Lake Monday.